Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, good morning. What a lovely day today, and we're looking forward to a really lovely weekend too, so that's going to be some really great times. But what have we got today? So we've got lots of lovely, lovely things for you today. I've got some amazing fabric, which I've already bought some. I'll tell you about that later. We've got Jane Greenoff coming to join us from the Cross Stitch Guild. She's coming at 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock. She is just the queen of cross stitch, she really is. And we will then be heading over to Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock today. But let's start with our early bird, which I'm stroking here in front of me. Now, this is just a wonderful, very practical piece of fabric. It's £13.96 for 2.5 metres, Rose and Hubble quality, and it's this sort of latte colour. We've called it beige, but beige is such a boring name, isn't it? So I'm going to call it latte or milky coffee. So this is really lovely. It's just a lovely piece of fabric. Now, the reason I'm particularly excited about this, it's £13.96 for 2.5 metres, which is an incredible price. What are we saving, Kat? We're saving £3.49. So basically we're saving the price of half a metre. So you're getting 2.5 metres for the price of 2. But when we go over to the other set in just a minute and we look at some of the fabrics, it's going to go with a lot of those fabrics beautifully. It's one of those fabrics, it's 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble quality. It's one of those fabrics that will go for all sorts of things, whether you use it for backing, for lining, to make projects on their own, because it is a lovely colour. It doesn't really matter, but it's a very useful fabric to have in your stash. And when you see some of the other fabrics that we've got on the show, you'll understand why I'm raving about it. It really is great. This is a lovely piece of fabric, just £13.96. Now, if you buy multiples of this, they will come as 2.5 metre pieces. They are already pre-cut. So if you are buying, say, 2 and you want that, therefore it's 5 metres, they will come as 2.5 metre pieces, just to let you know that. But you can join them if you need to join them. So that's our early bird. So get your basket started. Whether you use it as one piece for backing for something or whether you use it for lots of different projects, it's entirely up to you. Whether you pop it in your stash for potential use later, that's always up to you. You're paying just £2.79 per half metre. Post and packing of £3.95. Once you've put it in the basket and checked out, that's fine. Your post and packing is already covered for the entire day, whatever else you buy. So let me just, this is good for toy making. Let me open it out. Do we know what the width is? 44 inches wide. So it's standard width. And it just feels lovely, it really does. It's a lovely big piece of fabric for that price, because so often cottons are that price for a metre. So to get 2.5 metres for that price, really lovely cotton. I don't know if you've ever bought this sort of fabric before, because we do a lot of Rose and Hubble plains, but it is very lovely quality. They're always in stock, but this today, because it's our early bird offer, you're getting the half metre for free effectively, so you're paying for 2 and getting 2.5. So it's a really lovely deal. A beautiful piece of fabric, useful to have in the cupboard, just in case, dare I say stash. Unless you're going to, you could make a dress out of it. It's not my, you know, everybody knows by now that's really not my colourway, but you could. I mean, the quality of fabric is perfectly fine to make a dress, but it's really lovely. But 2.5 metres is a nice big piece for quite a lot of projects. Obviously, if you wanted to back a quilt with it, you might need to get 2 units and then join them. But as we were shown yesterday, I think it was it? Yes, it was. It was Susie. Susie was showing us the back of this table mat that she had done, and she'd put stripes down the back as well of some of the fabrics that were on the front, which gave it a really nice look to it, so it wasn't just a plain back. So you can always do that if you have to join fabrics on the back, add a bit of detail to make it different. So really lovely piece of fabric. Now, there are lots of them in the basket already, as we often find with our early bird, but please do remember that if you don't check out, it's not yours until you have done so. And don't forget, it doesn't matter if you're thinking, well, I don't want to pay post and packing again. You don't have to. You just pay it the once for the day. So you can check out now, and then you can check out again when you buy something out in a minute, which I'm sure you will when you see some of those fabrics I've got there. It is always a really popular early bird, this one. And not surprisingly, because it's just something that it really is a stash builder. Put it in the stash, you will always find a use for it. Lovely colour. So it's not just white, so it could be adding to pattern fabrics, it could be lining, it could be, I mean, it is, as Kat just said, it could be for toy making. So anything like that, you could use this lovely fabric, really multi-purpose. Now, that's today's early bird. But we also do have the panel of the week, which has been shown all week. Now, this has been the most popular of our panels of the weeks, of our, is this the right way up? Or shall I hold it the other way up? Can you get that one, Paul? So look at this. Look, this is absolutely stunning. And I have to tell you, we are limited. Now, we are hoping to get some more. This is available at this price, £3.99. Seriously, £3.99 until Sunday midnight. So it really is. So it's available at I mean, it's just like, I can't believe. So anyway, I've just bought 2, just telling you. And the reason I bought 2 is because I'm thinking of making either 2 cushions for my bedroom, so 2 really lovely big cushions, or I might do what Debbie Shaw has already done. And look at this. Now, she's used 3 panels for this. This is the chenille technique, and basically you layer up the panels and then you cut through. So you do straight stitching in lines about 1/2 inch apart, and then in between those you then cut through all but the bottom layer. So I think actually she might have got 3 panels here. 3 panels, and then she's got a cotton backing, sorry. And look at that lovely big cushion. When she did this technique, it was incredibly popular. So she did this when it was full price. But if you wanted to do this technique, you could actually buy 3 panels at $3.99 each, and you could create this technique. And it's very quick too. It's really quick. It's just lots of straight lines. Use your quilter's guide on your machine to get parallel lines all the way along, or just the edge of your presser foot, and then literally cut between. You can get a chenille cutter, which has a rotary blade in it, but then it has like a little ledge underneath, because you don't cut the bottom layer. So the bottom layer remains uncut, and then you cut all of the top layers in a nice, neat line. Look at that. It's just so effective, isn't it? And very, very tactile. But you might just think, actually, I just want one. I mean, I can see this as a centre of a table, table cloth. I'm trying to think of the word for cloth. Table. If you put this as a centre of a tablecloth, this would be stunning. I think it's really beautiful. You could even make it as a wall hanging. It would make a lovely wall hanging too. Particularly, I think, if you did some free motion, put some wadding behind, do some free motion on it, do some hand stitching, maybe add some beading to some of the detail. You could make a really creative thing. You could have different colours around the borders if you wanted to sort of make it into a kind of quilt or something like that. We've got lots of plain fabrics and mottled fabrics on the website, so do have a look at those things that you can join with it. But as I say, and of course, if you've got this, please share your makes on the fan page, because it's lovely to see what other people have done with it and what ideas they've come up with. And it is just $3.99, and that is until Sunday midnight, or while stocks last. We are getting very, very low on stock. We are trying to get some more organised by Sunday, but we don't know that we can. So if you're interested, it's time to get it. It's 65 by 65 centimetres, just for those that need to know the size. So it is a really fabulous panel. As I say, I've just got 2. Now, just before we do the menu, we have to talk about yesterday, which is unusual for us. We don't normally hark back, but we have to, because yesterday we had the lovely Gary from Dukey for a 2-hour bonanza show. And on the show, he brought to us, new to us, a machine. It's a computerised sewing machine, the DX7, and I promise you it's absolutely glorious. If you go onto our YouTube page, you'll be able to watch the show. He actually demonstrated and showed lots of the features of it. Not everything, because honestly it does everything but make the tea. So you can see that, and it was about an hour and a half of lots and lots and lots of things that you can do on this really fabulous machine. You can buy it on split payment at £299.80 over 5 months. So you get the machine when you've paid your first payment. It comes direct from Essex. We have 5 left, just 5. Now, again, we might be able to get some more, but we can never know. And sewing machines at the moment are so hard to come by. So we never know whether we can. And best on this one, because it was new to us, we had a special free sewing machine feet pack worth over 110. We valued it at 110, but Gary actually made that selection himself for us, and he chose feet that he knows sewers use, because obviously he's dealing with customers at exhibitions and things all the time. He knows what they're looking for, and he's chosen some beautiful feet. And I have to say, all the feet that are in that extra are feet that I use myself a lot, because I do like doing lots of machine feet and things. It comes with lots of feet anyway, including walking foot, free motion foot, 1/4 inch foot that are usually extras, Teflon foot. It comes with all of those, but it also comes with this extra set of feet, like cording, fringing, I'm trying to remember what they were now, piping, beading. So do have a look at the show. Consider buying that if you are interested in a new machine. It is absolutely beautiful. Ideal for beginners as well as more experienced sewers, because you can grow with it, and it's got all of the unique features of a Dukey machine with the box feed system, etc. Very intuitive. It is really fabulous. So now that's that. That was yesterday's. Now the menu for today. So as I briefly mentioned, we have got Take a Walk on the Wild Side, animal prints and fabrics. That's what we've got right now, and I'm going to show you some of these, and they are wow. 9 o'clock, Jane Greenoff is from the Cross Stitch Guild. She is the Cross Stitch Guild. No, she's not now. She's got a colleague too. But she is the well-known, much respected cross stitch queen. And she has got some amazing kits for us, some really, really beautiful kits. We then have at 10 o'clock bag making fabric bundles. So we're going bag making, we've got some of the PUs, so it's really fabulous, lots of bits and pieces. And then we also have the Cross Stitch Guild again at 11 with chickens. Think chickens when you see that one. I love those chickens, they're so gorgeous. And look at that really beautiful picture. That's something to make and treasure, an heirloom piece. And then at 12 o'clock we head over to Yarn Lane, where we have Claire from Native Lighting, who is going to show us some of her beautiful lights and how good they are. And I just love the fact that they have LED lighting, so you don't have to replace the bulbs, etc. You get the daylight, you get all sorts. It's brilliant. So do join us for that show. So the entire day is on the website. So everything that we've got on the show or that is scheduled for the shows is on the website, and you can pre-order. Now I say that because we have got a whole load of fabrics here. If we don't get through them all, doesn't mean you can't buy them. They are on the website, so do have a look on the website. So let's start today. We're going to start with this one. Now look at this. Just you wait. Look at that. Can you get that all in? Isn't that amazing? So this is a panel. It's a Hoffman fabric. And I'm not sure because I haven't been told, but I think it looks like it's digitally printed because the detail is absolutely amazing. Can you see it? I'm going to bring it down so you can see the top. We had to start Walk on the Wild Side with this. Now this is the one I've already bought this morning. I was online at 7:30 when Kat had put the pre-orders on. I bought this. This is absolutely glorious. And what I'm thinking of doing with this, I'm thinking of actually making just like a lap quilt, or to go over the back of the sofa. But it would make a lovely dramatic wall hanging. Or you could make it, if you've got, I'm thinking about one of my sons, they might like this as a quilt cover for their bed. And then I would add black or grey to the borders. I wouldn't add any more colour to this because I think this is itself. You don't need to add colour. Personally, I think that. Although you could add some of the blue if you wanted to pick out the blue from the eyes. It's brand new in today, and I was going to try and measure it, but I don't know if we've got a tape measure to hand. Do we know what size it is? I haven't got a tape measure to hand. It's big. That's big. Lovely big panel. So I'm thinking of just a fairly small quilt myself, which will be this size. So it'll just be over the back of the sofa. But I was also thinking you could actually make a bean bag out of this as well. You could actually, this could be part of the front, and then you could have two blacks or greys and make like a three-piece one. So I'll just measure this panel. So the actual printed side is 31 inches or 80 centimetres by, so I'm only measuring the print, by that's 112, or in old money, 44. So 44 in height by 31 in width, or 80 by 112. So it's a nice size, I think. Okay, can you, the detail, look at the detail on the eyes there. This is absolutely fabulous. It's 40, I didn't even look at the price actually when I went to buy it. I just thought this is so glorious. £14.99 for this absolutely amazing panel. It's just so different, and I just think it's so absolutely glorious. It really is. So this is already, I've already got one. We need to give him a name, don't we? Well, I could call him, we thought he was a cheetah, but you say he's a leopard. Larry the leopard. So lovely. And he doesn't look threatening, I feel. He just looks inquisitive. And it is on a lovely fabric as well. So it is a print on the front, so it's plain on the back. So a really fabulous print. But we also have the swans, which are behind me. Behind me. These are the swans. So again, these are very beautiful. So again, it's a panel. So you've got two swans, and then you have birds in their wings, which is, It's almost as if that's like a reflection, because it's like the reflection from the water. So that's a really, and again, it's the same lovely quality fabric. It does. It looks really lovely. It's a very, oh, I'm going to step out of that shot there because suddenly you had a big face in it. Yes, very lovely. So you've got the trees and the water. It's very, very pretty. So complete contrast to the leopard print. Very, very pretty. Something much softer, much gentler. Equally lovely, $14.99. And I think it's the same size, but I will just measure it. So this time we're going across the width. So again, the width is 44, which is 112. And I'm just going from the print to the print. So this is 77, which is 30 inches. So that's really, I'm just going to step out of the way so you can look at it again. Really beautiful panel. Lots and lots of detail in there. Much softer, obviously. I think they are, yes. I think they're swans flying, and it's like a reflection. You do, you will. Every time you see a little bit more detail in it, every time you look. That's very, very pretty. And again, you could make it as part of a quilt, you could make it as a wall hanging. It's a lovely big panel. Look at the detail in that, and the detail in that swan. You can almost feel you can stroke the fur. Is it fur on a swan? Feathers. I think they're really beautiful. Again, that's brand new in today. We think with the leopards winning at the moment, but I like the fact we've got completely different panels there. So whether you like some really bright leopards like that, or you want something soft and gentle, think Swan Lake. But I've also got another one for you, which I've just pulled off the wall. Again, brand new in today. These are so glorious. Now look at this. This is just $11.99, and it has 4. It's what it is. It's sort of like images that have been pixelated, and so you can see the sort of pixels. So it's kind of like a patchwork effect, and it looks best from the distance. It really does. It's absolutely stunning. You can see all these different animals. We've got a pig, a sheep, and it's made up, all of these little things are made up of what looks like little patchwork fabrics, lots and lots of little patchwork fabrics, and all pretty colours and pretty prints. It's absolutely lovely. And of course you could cut these up and then you could intersperse them with planes and make a really lovely big quilt. Even you could make tote bags. You could make that, they could be panels on a tote bag. Think back to that early bird fabric. You could make a tote bag out of that fabric and then have this as a panel on the front. Have one on the front, one on the back. There's so many colours, look at them. But if you go into that, you can see all the detail of all the fabrics. Look at that. Yeah, yes, if you'd patchworked all this together, it would take you forever and a day. It really would. It's really beautiful. I love every one of them, all of these animals. There really is. We've got chicken, horse, rabbit, cockerel, cow, pig, another cockerel. It's probably a different kind. A dog, a sheep. Is that a llama? Is that a llama? That's a goat, and that's a cat. But as I say, that's kind of like better when you stand back from it. Really beautiful. I love that. And you could make them as cushions. So make those as the centres of cushions. You could have a load of really beautiful, bright coloured cushions. You'd like it as a wall hanging, would you, Paul? Right, the whole thing as one. It is Andy Warhol-esque, isn't it? It's got that. It is. It would make a really lovely, colourful wall hanging. Now, we do have a fabric that goes with this. The fabric that goes with this is similar in design, but a smaller print. This one is available by the 1/2 metre. So if you wanted to make a reversible quilt, I'm just going to stick that label back on so I don't lose it. Oh, it doesn't want to stick. So again, what we've got here is we've got the same animals, but we've also got, we had the duck. We had the duck. Yes. You don't trust me, do you? I'm going to show you the duck. Here he is. So we have got the duck. I love that one, actually. I love all of the colours all around. It's absolutely, it really is absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking like you, Paul, now. I'm thinking just a magnificent wall hanging, just as it is, but put some backing on it and then maybe some stitch. This is lovely too, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? There is so much going on. And if you, you could use that as borders. You could use like a strip as a border. So if you had one of those strips there for the border, cut that up into strips. Wouldn't they be lovely borders? You've got about 1/4 inch between them. I just think it's stunning. So this is £7.49. This is what you buy by the 1/2 metre. So £7.49 for 1/2 metre. So if you wanted to use it as a backing for a quilt or something, you can just buy multiples and it would come as a big piece depending on how much you buy. You could have it, yes, you could have a bag, a skirt, a cushion, curtains. There's all sorts you could make out of this. And a shirt for John Scott. But we have other fabrics for John Scott's shirts today. So that is a really lovely print that goes nicely with that panel. I do love that panel, actually. Just thinking in my living room that I might have to order that one. Now, these are our animal prints. They're all available by the 1/2 metre. I can't name them. That's a snake, isn't it? Right, this one. Does it say on the side? Hold on a second. Let's find the code. It is. This is cheetah. This is just £4.49 for 1/2 metre. Look at that. And it is, again, it's digitally printed, 100% cotton. It's designed in the UK. It's a medium weight cotton. It's got some body to it. It is very lovely. We've called it cheetah, but it might not be correct. So if you know different, if you know it's not and it's called something else, do let us know. We'd love to be educated. Not that I will necessarily remember, but that is beautiful, isn't it? I love the colours of that. But what I was saying earlier about that early bird fabric, you see that would go so well with all of these. Then we have snakeskin. I think we're pretty sure that's what this one is, snakeskin. We have called it snakeskin, so hopefully it is. So again, lovely. Brand new in today, lovely fabric, 100% cotton. You have got pinks in here, different colours. This would definitely make a lovely bag. Or you could, not just a tote bag. If you made this bag, you could actually put some Odie coat on it to give it that sort of crisp shine, and it would almost look like a real skin without being a real skin. Early bird for the lining, the backing. No snakes were harmed on the making of this. £4.49 for 1/2 metre. So do remember, if you want 1 metre or 2 metres, you just buy multiple units. So that's a really lovely one. And then we have, so does this mean this one is the leopard then? If the panel was a leopard, and this is similar to the panel, does that make that leopard? Oh right, we called it cheetah. Cheetah swirl. Paul's saying this is leopard. See, this one's got little spot. They are, but it's also like a stripe. Anyway, without worrying which animal it is, it's got a vertical stripe in it. If I open that out, you can see how it's sort of got a vertical stripe. So it goes light and dark and light. You could definitely have a shirt in this. Yes, I think it would have to be short sleeve. That's really, so again, the good quality. Weekend bag, but tote bag for the beach. And again, it would look lovely lined with that early bird. And one final animal print like this is this one. Ah, this one's been called leopard. Well, I apologise now to all vets. It does look more snaky. If you do, I'm just looking every now and then at the Facebook to see if anybody's coming up and saying, actually, that's a such and such. If my, I suppose she'd be my niece by law if she's watching. She recently qualified as a vet last year. So if you're watching, Emily, apologies if we got these animals all wrong. So this is, anyway, whatever. This is lovely. And it's stripes. So the stripes are vertical stripes. This has actually been the most popular. It is lovely, and again, I can see this as a bag. You could make it as a dress. It could be backing. And again, you could actually use, that stripe as borders. That would be really lovely to add borders. I'm not sure if I would, no, I don't know if I would, I don't know if I'd put that with the panel, because I wouldn't want to take away from the panel, but what would that look like, perhaps? Let's have a quick look. Oh, animal prints are always in fashion, aren't they? They particularly are at the moment. Would that be too much, or would that look nice? Oh, he's upside down. Sorry, cheetah, leopard, cheetah, whatever. I don't know. Is it, or is it this one? Oh. I think that's the swirl, yeah. So it's too much. You'd only want a little bit, wouldn't you? It does actually, doesn't it? It just really does set that off. I'm going to have to go back online, aren't I, to order this one. Because it does actually go, it makes quite a nice border to that. I'm going to turn that round so you can see it if I put it like that. I mean, you don't have to do this. I'm just fiddling around. I'm planning how I'm using it. Look at that. So you've got, yes, I think that one, just a sort of 2-inch border there would look lovely. So again, I would probably go for 1 metre of that just to make sure I had enough. Really lovely. Anyway, so for 449.5 metre, I would err on the side of caution and get 1 metre, because I think at that price, you'll find something else to do with it if you don't need the whole piece for whatever you're planning. There'll be other things to do. I'm going to do the fabric now that I've got to go on the back of this, because what I'm thinking of making is something to go on the back of the sofa, or as I say, just a smaller one to go on the centre of the bed. So what I did is I bought this. Could you see it? So look at this. So I just bought 2 units because I'm only making a small one. But it's lovely. It's fleece. It's very soft. So that's my plan. So I'm not going to put wadding in the middle. So it's going to be the cotton and then back by the fleece. This won't fray. So you could use it that way if you wanted. I'd obviously like the black. I think that's going to look stunning with it. Oh, you could use it just as a scarf, or you could make things out of this that are soft, a little jerkin or something like that. But it is really, really lovely. But that's what I'm going to do. It is the only one like this today, but this is my plan. So not that you all need to know what I'm doing, but just to give you an idea in case that helps. So I'm going to have this on the front and this on the back. And now I'm going to have that other print as borders. I wasn't going to add them, but I think actually it goes well. So I will have that as borders. I get around to doing this in a reasonable time period, I will try and post it on the fan page to show you. I'm always a bit reluctant because I'm always so impressed with what everybody puts on the fan page. You could make a bomber jacket out of this. Yes, you'd want to line it, but yes, indeed you could. Definitely make a jacket out of it. So this is by the ½ metre. So again, I didn't even look at the price. What is it? £8.99. I just bought it because I wanted it. £8.99 for, no, you can't make underpants unless you're going to be the Flintstones. That is Paul asking me, can you make underpants? If you want to make a fancy dress costume, this would be perfect for that too. But it's £8.99 for ½ metre. So it's a really lovely fabric. Now we also have some linen mix panels. Now these are absolutely, if you can see this picture, this is in the show with Jane Greenoff later. That's why we've got it there. It's absolutely amazing. So we have these lovely linen print fabrics. We have a whole load of them. So these are all by the ½ metre. And then we also have complementary panels. This is the first time we've offered them at individual pieces, not as a bundle. So these are all by the ½ metre. Let's start with the mini bumblebees. So this is like a linen quality fabric. It's not linen, it's linen quality. So it feels like a bit like a canvas. It's quite sturdy, great for bags or soft furnishings. That's little bumblebees everywhere. It's a cotton rich linen look craft fabric. And it is a digital print again. So this is £5.49. It's 140 centimetres wide. So it's nice and wide. So it's 200 GSM, that's the weight of it, if that means anything to you. So it's a beautiful, it is grams per square metre, but as sewists, we don't tend to think of it like that. We just want to know how wide it is, how soft it is, whether it works. So that's a really beautiful print. So this is 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but it has that linen feel to it. But it is, as I say, it's sort of canvassy weight. It's quite a thick weight. Now we only have 5 metres of this one available. It comes by the ½ metre. If you want more, of course, you buy multiple units. Now we have the same print, but big bees. Again, only 5 metres of this one, but they go well together. Look at these bees. I can think of lots of things for the garden in this. Oh, somebody had made oven gloves out of this. Yes, anything sort of furnishing kind of things would be great for this. And bees are obviously very popular because we have to protect our bees. I've done my bit protecting the bees. I let my grass grow very wild and it was covered with dandelions and the bees love them. Everybody said I should cut it, but it was too pretty. But it has been cut now because the dandelions have now passed away. They've gone. But really, really beautiful, beautiful bees. And then we have another panel, but this time the bees are on a pink flower. This is called Bombini. Oh, that's up the wrong way. Is it up the wrong way? Yes. I think that's right. Yeah, that's the bees. These are sort of more, there's 20,000 species of bees. Wow. That's a lot. That's a fact. Is that a fact, Paul? Or are you just making it up as you go along? It was World Bee Day. It was World Bee Day last Friday, I believe, or Thursday. So yes, this is the other one. So that, again, exactly the same, £5.49, same fabric composition, nice and wide, 140 wide. So it really is a lovely fabric, nice, good quality for bags and things and outdoor things, etc. But as well as that, we have got a panel. Is this the bumblebee panel? It is. Look at this. We got the bumblebee, and it's like watercolour. It looks like it's been watercolour painted, doesn't it? These fabrics, we've got a question from Leslie. Can we use the fabrics as pinafores for children? Pinafores, not sure. It is quite crisp. I don't think it'd be very comfortable against the skin. Certainly for aprons and things, crafty aprons and things like that, definitely. But I'm not sure it'd be very comfortable to wear against the skin. This would make a fabulous cushion cover, wouldn't it? Oh, turn it round. Oh, yes. There's its top. There's its sting. So this is just £2.49 for a panel, but that you could back it with the beige from the early bird. This, or you could, of course, you could, have on the other side of it. So it's a two-sided cushion. You could have your bees. So it would be lovely, or it could be a lovely bag, a tote bag. It's just a beautiful panel in its own right. The next, we have bomb beanie panels. So this, oh yes, this is the one with the pink flower. So if you wanted to have them together, is that right way up? He just looks fluffy, doesn't he? Little fluffy bee. So again, it kind of has that watercolour look to it. And it's just the panel for £2.49. The fact that it's a neutral background does work well. And again, it goes obviously with that by the ½ metre. So it's very, very lovely. Next, by the ½ metre, we have, now what animal is this? Is this a stag or? It's a Highland cow. Should have Delphine on here with this, she'd know that. This is a Highland cow. So again, this is a ½ metre piece. And it's just a beautiful print. He needs his hair cut, got long hair. Now we are very limited on this by the ½ metre. It's £5.49. We've only got 3.5 metres left available. 140 wide. Again, it's that cotton stroke polyester, but it has a lot of linen look to it, and it is a craft weight. It is quite canvassy in weight. So it will make lovely outdoor things, or as somebody has already done, made oven gloves and things like that. It will be perfect for that sort of thing. If you want to use them for cushion fronts, you could get two easily, but you could, look, if I bring this panel in, this is the panel. Just £2.49 for that panel. So that does go so beautifully with the ones with the all over print. Obviously you wouldn't have, you'd iron out these creases, but you can see what I mean by needing a haircut. Isn't that lovely? £2.49. These are always popular when we bring them because they are so very unusual and so beautiful in their own right. We do have some bundles in our bag making hour. If you want to look ahead, you can see some of the bundles that we've got there as well. But if you're just looking by the ½ metre and the panels, this is the way to go here, because then you can choose the amount you buy. Then we have this one. Now this is new, you said, isn't it? This one's new to us. Oh, don't tell me we're sold out. Oh, we're sold out. What about the panel? Okay, so I can show you the panel that went with this. Oh, what a shame. That is so beautiful. But this is the panel. I like the way you've put them in the right order, Kat. I'm very impressed. Look at that. Isn't that cute? So if you've already got the ones with the robins all over, this is the panel to go with it. And if you've missed out on that one, you can still get these. These are still really beautiful. I just love the way that they're done. If you watch the 10 o'clock hour or go on pre-order, you'll see there's another panel. Oh, we're looking. Oh, and the robins are in the bundle. Okay, so you'd have to get it as part of the bundle. So this is the website. So there you are. You've got ½ metre, and then you've got this. So this is in the hour at 10 o'clock. But you can get that now if you want to. You don't have to wait until 10 o'clock. But I love this one. This is really beautiful. I love the colours on that. Ooh, I think this is my favourite. I like the bees, but they are. Do you know, we saw a robin just the other day. I always thought they were only at Christmas, but no, we saw one the other day. This one, we've got little bunny rabbits. Watership down, move over. Watership Down. It's a book and a film about bunnies, yes. Hopefully a lot of people out there will know, just these young people don't. It was a lovely film. So this is really cute. Lots of little bunnies. I think this is really nice. You know, this would make you know what, you can do something like this. You could actually make a bed head, you know, the bed head behind. It's that kind of quality of fabric. It's nice and sturdy. So that's really, really pretty. So that's all the same cotton polyester, but it has this linen look feel and a canvasy weight to it. And it's 140 wide. But look at what I'm going to show to go with it. Here's our little bunny. Isn't he lovely? You can almost feel his nose twitching. So it's really, I just love the way it's sort of, that panel is so beautiful. You don't have to do anything with that. You could just make a cushion cover and that's it. You could frame it. It's just so lovely. So that's the bunny. They won't. So these ones aren't available for the 10 o'clock hour. It's just the robin one I showed you. And then finally in this collection we have hedgehogs. And they're quite endangered, aren't they, hedgehogs? You can buy little hedgehog homes and you're supposed to leave like a gap in your fence, aren't you, so that they can go from garden to garden. But don't give them milk. No, milk's not good for them. I think you can give them, are they lactose intolerant, or is that just you saying that? I never know with Paul whether he knows something or whether he's just teasing me. But I know you're not supposed to give them milk. Ah, lactose intolerant hedgehogs. Am I a hedgehog then? So these are lovely, and they've got some little flowers behind them. So again, really sweet. By the ½ metre, £5.49 for half a metre. Kat's just looking to check whether we've got them at 10. And then we have the panel that goes with it. So again, this is not in the bundles at 10, this is now. So you've got these now. The fine detail, and then the panel, look at that. I love these panels. And again, you could just get the panels. You could get one of all of these panels and then make a whole selection of cushions from that. If you've got a banquette, you could have cushions going all the way around it with all these lovely things. Or if you know, dining chairs, it's nice to have a cushion sometimes. If you're sitting having a lovely meal for a length of time, you've got a hard back, it's quite nice to have a cushion. And these are so neutral. These would be really lovely to have. Actually, I'm just thinking that. They would look nice in my kitchen. Oh, I've got to stop. They would look nice in my kitchen. We have had them on shows before, and they have sold out. I'm going to see whether we can find a hedgehog cushion just to show you what it looks like made up. But this is the hedgehog. So all of these lovely prints by the ½ metre that we've been looking at, the hedgehog, the bunny, that one you can't have, the Highland cow, the bumblebee on the flower, the bumblebee larger and the bumblebee smaller. Oh, and we've got a cushion cover here. This is the cushion cover that somebody, who made this, Kat? Jules made this. So she's done piping with the sort of all over print. That's so lovely, isn't it? And then backed it with the all over print too. This is so lovely. This is perfect example of something you can do. And I really like the idea actually of having one of each of them. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's perfect, isn't there? There are 6 different ones. So you could easily make £2.49 for each one of these. You could make 6 animal cushions like this. And you could just back it with the plain one if you wanted to, or you could get the backing that matched each one. But this would be a lovely set of cushions. I'm just thinking that for my kitchen. They are so beautiful. And I just love the way they're so beautifully printed. The most popular panel is the robin, which I'm not surprised because I just love that splash of colour on it. That's so beautiful. It does look like a baby robin. It's Jerry. Jerry the robin. Mary Jerry Robin. And the most popular fabric by the half metre is the hedgehogs. That's lovely. Right, now I've got loads more here to look at. So we're not going to get through them all, so please do look on the website. These ones? So we've got 2 of this print. This is a really fun print. So we've got the black version. It's a linen mix. You can feel that. So it's got a lot of structure, a lot of stability to that. 80% cotton, 20% linen. So this one actually has linen in it. So this is, again, I wouldn't use this for garments, but I would use it for making storage boxes for the playroom, or an apron, or cushion covers. You could even use it for curtains. It's such a lovely print, these lovely bold animals, and they're sort of really nice animals coming out of it. You could even make an animal out of this fabric. So if you had a soft toy pattern to make a teddy or something like that, you could actually make it out of this. This would be really cool. So very, very lovely print. And then we have the same again, but on a sort of white background. It's not pure white, it's sort of like natural white. So it's like an oatmeal-y background. How wide are these? Let's have a look. So is that 90? I'll just check that measurement. So again, it's 80% cotton, 20% linen. Oh no, it's 112 wide. And it is really a lovely print. I love this one too. This is sort of more summery, but it would make lovely bags. A little backpack, lunch bag. You could make it a bag for gym kit, for sleepovers and things like that, or a cushion. Very pretty. Oh, these ones, or these ones. So these are brand new in. We're not sure we should have these, but we've snuck them in. I say we, this is Kat snuck them in. Blame her in case we're not allowed them. So these are really pretty. So these sort of say baby, don't they? They definitely say baby toddler. Beautiful soft colours. So we'll start with the squares. This is a lovely soft print. £6.99 for half a metre. And we have all these little animals with these little headdresses, like they were going to a festival. That's what they're doing. They're festival goers. They're partying. So we've got, they make lovely drawstring bags. They make lovely little storage baskets that we were doing yesterday with Kerry. All sorts of things. You could, again, little cushion covers. You could actually make a duvet cover or a quilt cover out of this. It's just very, very pretty. And it's £6.99 for half a metre. It's 100% cotton. Very pretty little print there with all the colours. Then we have pink. So pretty in pink here. And this time we've got like an all over print. So it's sort of non-directional. And it's really sweet. You've got a bunny rabbit, so he's upside down on this bit here. So you've got a little panda and that's a deer, isn't it? That's the koala, isn't it? Or is that the koala? That's the koala. That's the koala. What's the one with the little dot nose? That's the panda. And then that's the bunny, but the bunny's to turn it round. The bunny. It's very sweet, very pretty. So lots of little things, and this would make a little dress. It's a lovely soft cotton. And then we have it in the blue as well. It's sort of mint greeny blue. It's not blue blue. In fact, I would call it mint green. But again, we've got that same lovely print, which possibly stands out a bit more on this one, because you can see all the little animals nicely. It's just cute. It's a little summery print because they're festival animals with the little floral headdresses. Very pretty. Now before we go, we're just going to look at a few more. Again, there are more. We've got some Tula pink fabrics. We have some lovely wooden buttons. So there are more. Do look on the website, because when we swap the show over, you've got sort of 2 or 3 minutes that you can have a quick look without missing anything. So these are our butterflies. So these are from Moda, from the Dwell in Possibility range, and they all have a hint of gold metallic. Look at this. So these are moths, but they're beautiful moths. We always think of moths as just being that beigey colour, don't we? But look at these. These are really beautiful. Leave your light on at night with your window open, you'll see a moth. You've got their very dusty. Yes, they are dusty, aren't they, moths? So so you've got the gold from, the little gold from here, all the little detail. Very, very beautiful. This, if you go right in, you can see the detail on the backs of them here. There's gold and white and the flower. It's absolutely gorgeous. And again, it's that lovely soft cotton. So that's the first colourway. It's sort of with the peach and pink. Then we have it with the blue, so the white one with the blue. So again, this is sort of a soft colourway. Okay, oh, that's nice, because you can see the detail then. And it's although it's sort of striped, but they're going in both directions here, so there's no up or down for it. It is lovely. Again, it's a lovely soft fabric. This would make a superb backing on something, or again, border. And then finally in this range, we have the gold on gold. We've called it umber. Paul's just said that's unbelievable. This is what's going on in my hair all the time. If you see me just start laughing for no apparent reason, this is why. This is really lovely. So again, the same moth design. I want to say butterfly because it's pretty, but the same moth design, and lots of gold, sort of gold metallic in there. It's really punchy. So that really is very, very pretty. Now we're going to very quickly do farmyard animals. So we've got these as well. Oh, what about the big prints? Don't miss out the big prints. So we've got this little piggy. Now if I say this little piggy went to market, do you know what I'm talking about? Good. I just mentioned Watership Down, Jane, and they hadn't heard of it. Paul knew what it was. Still a youngster, Paul. So this is the little piggies all over. It's very sweet. Good quality cotton again. This is a Dan Morris design. So here it is in the green, with the green background. £6.99 for the half metre. Then we have it in the white. So have it white background. This is the only 2 piggy ones. I think this would make a good lunch bag because it's got piggies on it. I'm clutching at straws, Jane. So Jane's coming ready for the next show. And yeah, I think this is really cute actually. And then we have 3 different cow prints. So we have got blue, and then we have grey, and then we have white. So it's the same print each time. This is the blue. So again, they're sort of all over. You haven't got to worry about a right and the wrong way up. Then we have white. So all of these are £6.99 for half a metre. All of them are 100% cotton. This is the white version. So the background isn't plain, it has got sort of little detail on it. So it's very pretty. And again, they're in different directions, so you haven't got to worry about being directional. I just love the idea of having sort of animal prints on projects. And then finally we have the grey, sort of steel grey. So that's all we've got time for. We do have some other panels on the website, so do have a look. Kat's going to run them through the graphics in the break, so you can actually look for them on the website. We have some really fun things there. Now, coming up after the break, we have Jane Greenoff from the Cross Stitch Guild. She is the one and only, the queen of cross stitch. She should really be wearing a little crown. She's saying rude things to me. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, if this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Harrison. I live in Bromyard in Herefordshire with my 3 children and my dog. I've been sewing for over 30 years. I first started at school. We always did lots of sewing, and my mum used to sew at home as well, so that's where my love of sewing has come from. My background is in costume, as I'm sure you can see, and I make for film and theatre and TV. I've worked on films such as Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, Evita, James Bond, and theatre work. I've done things like Mary Poppins, Guys and Dolls, Prince of Egypt. I've also worked for the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet. When I worked at Angels, I was lucky enough to meet lots of film stars. They're all walking around the building and in fittings. And some of the people that I bumped into and met were Sir Richard Attenborough, Hugh Grant, Imelda Staunton, Juliette Binoche, and I even got in the lift with Christopher Lee. And that's where I met the lovely John Scott, which obviously you all know. I'm really pleased to be joining Sewing Street. I can't wait to see you all.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Well, hi everybody, welcome back. So I'm now here joined by Jane Greenoff from the Cross Stitch Guild. Now Jane and I have known each other for many, many years, hence I can be a little bit rude to her. Now, if you don't know who Jane is, you've been asleep. No, if you don't know who Jane is. So Jane, you started the Cross Stitch Guild, didn't you?
I did,
Many,
yes.
many years ago.
Yes, in 1996 we started the Guild. I'd actually started stitching in 1983. We called the business the Inglestone Collection after our house, which meant the postman could find us, really. And then we were at a fair, I'm not going to name anybody, but we had a client come onto the stand very upset, I mean in tears, you know. And I took her to one side and said, "I'm so sorry, you know, you're right." I said, "Well, I've just been to another stand and they told me my cross stitch isn't real embroidery." And I was incandescent.
Yes.
I mean, I went to leave the stand to go and deal with the people. And Bill grabbed me by the collar and said, "I think there would be another way of dealing with this." And I spoke to my business advisor that evening about starting the Guild, it took us about 4 months to go from that point to launching in the March. Yes, so the Cross Stitch Guild was 1996. So we've just done 25 years.
25 years.
And they said it wouldn't last, like so many things.
It just goes to show, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, what we have today is I mean, these, you know, if anybody could say these aren't embroidery, they don't know what they're talking about. They really don't. We have got some absolutely beautiful kits from you today. And now we're going to start with the flower sampler book. Now you buy this as a kit, don't you, Jane?
You do. Now,
and I'm going to flick through. I'm just going to flick through it, Jane, because I want people
so they
to
can
see how beautiful this is.
Yes.
The whole point is that you create this little book, and what you'll have is you've got all the fabrics and all the yarns to do this.
Absolutely.
This is counted cross stitch.
It's counted,
so there's no printing on it.
No, it's absolutely plain. It means you can personalise it too. So there isn't the flower sampler book in a transfer on the front. You could put Jane's flower book or whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
Obviously there's alphabets in there for you to use.
So look, I just love that you've actually got contents list.
I think that was actually an afterthought on that book, and we've done it ever since, because this was the second of a series of these books, and they were started originally as a class for Guild members attending weekends. So yes.
And what you have here, so you've got different types of cross stitch. So you start with this one, and then you move through. So here's the alphabet. Come buy me my sweet flowers. And then the alphabet, as you mentioned.
Yes, so you can use that on other things.
And these, I remember you teaching this at Knitting and Stitching show, teaching like 10 different stitches.
All those different stitches. So the Cross Stitch Guild does anything that's counted. So that's the thing to remember. So everything we do, you can do without printing on the fabric. So you'll see as we go through the book. So black work.
That's black work.
Yeah, traditional black work.
And there.
Yes.
So you're learning as you go through.
Mm-hmm.
That's
a CC work.
A CC work.
A CC work from a CC in Italy.
Oh, okay. From a CC, not CC.
A CC, yes. So you stitch the background rather than the pattern.
Wow.
And if you go to a CC, you will see a lot of it.
And this is Hardanger.
This is Hardanger embroidery.
I love this.
From the Hardanger fjord in Norway.
So behind it you've got a blue because you've actually created holes, haven't you?
Yes, we've got some silk inside. So each one of these is a lesson, and as you notice that each page is the same subject matter. And the trick is, and I'll show you when I open the kit in a second, that you've got, each page is folded in half when you've done it, so you don't see the back of your work. Not that I'm being picky about the back, because I'm absolutely not, but it means it makes it a very nice thing to look through. You're not seeing any finishing off or starting. That's pattern darning. Now I've just bought a darning sampler from 1834 that I'll bring in next time I'm here in June, I'll bring that in to show you. because done by a child, it's quite extraordinary.
These are beautiful.
And then that's a hem stitch square. You might have seen those on old samplers before.
Oh,
and
look at
then
this
some
one.
bands of, so again hem stitch, but a slightly different technique.
And
Yeah.
this one's got beads.
Yes, a
So
little
do you
beads
have
stitch.
beads in the kit
Oh
then?
yes, yes,
So
absolutely.
everything that you're going to
Everything
use
you're going to
stitch.
need in there. Yes, absolutely. And the back
This
cover
is-
there, that's a little bit of pulled work. Now people do get a bit muddled if you think there's pulled, drawn and cut. And so pulled means you make holes, but only by pulling the fabric very tight and pulling the threads apart. And it's almost always done on linen, because linen will crease and stay creased, as I can bear witness, because I'm always crumpled. But drawn thread work is where threads are withdrawn. So on the hem stitch one there, you'll see where your fingers are now, that one. That's where the threads have been withdrawn. And if you turn it over for me, there I've pulled out threads at the side, horizontal threads, and made ladders in the fabric.
It's just
Whereas the one on your right, no threads have been taken out at all. The little holes are just by pulling. There is a saying the cross stitchers can't pull, which we both know isn't true, but they do find it difficult.
let's not go there. Okay. Excuse me.
Bless you, we both got tickles today.
Yeah.
I don't know what
so
that's
this
about.
is this is the first kit we have here. So it's $55.49. Jane's now going to show you what you get in the kit.
It
gonna
is a
cough
considered
again, excuse
purchase,
me.
obviously, because, you know, that's quite a project. But your threads are pre-sorted, so they've been sorted for you ready, so you can get cut. And there's plenty of them, as you can see. And you've got extra threads in here. So in here we've got perlé thread for the hardanger section. There's some pure silk there, a 12-ply silk. This is from Steph Francis. It's a very specialist thread used for some of the bands, and some silk for going behind the scenes. Now this is where it gets interesting. So this is the cover. Now this is a piece of tea-dyed, we call it tea-dyed, it wasn't actually dunked in tea, but it's about as close as you can get. So this is the cover, and you've got 4 gold-plated needles, and you'll see the value of those in a minute when we show you the needles for sale. And then these are the pages. What I was saying just now is you would work the front piece of the project there, the back piece there, and when it was joined together and trimmed, the back of your sewing would be hidden. This is all Zweigart linen. This is Cashel linen, which is 28 count, as is this. And then these are going to be the charts.
Do you work in a hoop, Jane?
No, I'm a Philistine, and occasionally in trouble for it. But I don't own a hoop, in fact.
Really?
No, I work in my hand with the work rolled up. If it's a big project, I'd roll it like that, and I would be stitching. Occasionally, I have a fabric covered frame, which was made for me by Sue Hawkins. Which I occasionally use if I'm doing lots of, well, say, sails on a ship or whiskers on a cat, where you want to make long, or if I'm adding loads of knots. And I'm going to show you in the second hour how to do, do you know, they've gone.
Colonial knot?
Thank you. I was going to say French, but no, colonial knots, which are slightly different. Now, this is the design program I use, which I know is on the on Sewing Street's website. But you can see how the charts appear, look. I mean, I'm coming out in goosebumps, and I stitched this. I mean, it's ridiculous. But you can see, they're lovely, aren't they?
Beautiful.
And I think the trick with this is when you get it, there is an element of panic because you've got quite a lot of stuff. So you just work the front cover. Follow the instructions and work the front cover. And all will gradually become revealed as you progress. The idea being that the project was intended as lessons, so that the front cover is pure cross stitch on linen, which I'm going to again show you in the second hour, so you know what I'm talking about. That's the back section. And these charts are done for us by our wonderful Ethan, who is a graphics designer, and he perfected this technique for us of showing the charts and stitching diagrams as well, so that people could actually understand the stitch diagrams. Now when I started, and I no doubt when you started, some of the books available would show the stitch but no fabric. And if you're counting, you need to see the threads to know where the needle's going. So he very kindly spent hours, I know. So that's your cover. Whoops, sorry, wrong way up. And then these really clear instructions. So, you know, I always say to people, you know, get the cover started. Your threads are ready sorted. You're going to need just what's on the card for the cover. The little hem round the edge, I show you how to do that at the end, where you're going to make the hem round the edge and also the little cut edges on the pages. That's two different types of hemming, but you do that at the end. So I suggest you work each chunk as a little project.
Yes, so you're
and it's
learning
manageable.
techniques each time.
You learn the technique each time. It's manageable. You don't get into too much of a flap.
And then, of course, once you've learnt these techniques, you can then create your own things,
Your own
can't you?
versions, absolutely.
I mean, this is an incredible price, $55.49 for all of these techniques that you're learning. How many techniques are there?
Well, let's run through. So you've got, if we've got pure cross stitch,
Cross-stitch,
backstitch
yes.
lettering, French knots, backstitch we've mentioned. Okay, if we go over the page again, now that one I'll have to look at. There must be 4 or 5 different satin stitch. There isn't queen stitch
too
on
many to
there.
keep
There's satin
count of, isn't
stitch. There's four-sided stitch, which is the little holes. There's all sorts of different stitches on it. In fact, I'll look at the chart. Just a minute. I will tell you how many. Bear with me while I just find my
It
place.
is beautiful, and this blackwork one with the gold in it is gorgeous.
So if I go to this one, right,
These
here we
little
are.
panels.
On this one with the little house on, we have got rice stitch, bullion stitch, double cross stitch, couching, Algerian eye, four-sided stitch, satin stitch, half roads, satin, Algerian eye, double cross, satin stitch. Yes. So all those are just in that little section.
So there's too many to count, really.
Yeah, I mean,
Too
it's
many to
really.
count.
I know from you know.
So how good at cross stitch do you think you need to be?
I
to
wouldn't
start
have this as a first project. I think that's putting yourself, frankly, under too much pressure. I think that this would be, as long as you have worked from a chart before, and then have a go at something very small on linen. We've got some examples in a minute. Once you've done one project on linen, however tiny, you could do this.
Right.
But
So
I think that's.
that
I
leads
wouldn't
us
get this as
nicely
my
into
first
that.
job.
Yes, this is a bit of a challenge.
Because there's a lot of
first.
it, you know, and you might just get a bit flustered.
I have to ask you, and probably the answer is no, but you've got this little tiny, this little gold bee.
Yes,
Is
you
that
see,
in there?
yes. Dear
I
little
thought you were going to
bee.
say no. Isn't
No,
that so
dear little
sweet?
charm. Yes,
This little tiny bee.
very tiny. It's the only
Little
one we could
charm.
find. It is
just-
sweet though, isn't it?
Yes, it really is.
And that's included in the pack, of course.
I love that. We just had a message from
yes.
Valerie.
Hello, Valerie.
Oh, she's just finished this book, she says, and she loves it.
Well
It does
done.
take a while. Well, it is. It's not a
yes.
quick project, yeah. Well,
that-
she sent in pictures,
Oh, good.
which we'll try and show you in a minute.
Okay.
So
Well done,
what one
Valerie.
shall we go on to, Kat?
Let me just pop this back in here.
These ones. Oh, the sampler behind you, Jane.
Ah, I'm going to grab it. If I grab it and put it on the table.
Oh, yes, this is it. Yes, so the Paul's
Is that
actually
a good-
taken
and
the
there's
photo.
Paul got
He's
a
already
picture
done
for
it.
us. So this is pure cross stitch on linen. It's got a really strong historical element because it was worked from. I collect anything stitchy, as I'm sure you guess. And when my husband and I were in Vienna, I bought some Berlin charts from a beautiful shop, needlework shop in St. Stephen's Square. And basically they were hand-painted squared charts from the Victorian times. Now what they would do would be they would originally print a chart with the symbols on, just like a black and white chart you'd see now. And then over 1,500 women were working in a factory with a special square brush and paint, not dissimilar to gouache, and they'd paint the squares.
Wow.
Tiny, tiny squares. The hand-painted ones are very collectible now, as you can imagine. And I have a few. And the garland in the middle, or the little bunch of flowers here, this and the butterflies were on a chart that I had, a hand-painted one. So I translated that with help from my husband, who's very good at charting. He can chart. He can centre something without counting it, which I can't. But he drew that up for me, and then I added the rest. The outside sort of scrolly bits again were from Berlin hand paintings, and then the alphabet was from a sampler I have. So this is a combination really. But the exciting thing for cross stitchers specifically is you could do this on linen or Aida, and I'll show you in a minute the difference. But it's pure cross stitch. There isn't even a back stitch in it.
So it's
now,
pure
some of
cross
you loathe
stitch.
it. I know some of you loathe backstitch. Some of you don't, but I know that a pure cross-stitch project is sometimes a joy. So you don't get to the finish of it and then have to spend 3 weeks doing the backstitch on it. So yes, this is absolutely spot on.
So this is £25 for the kit, and again, it's available in linen or Aida.
Yes.
So you get the kit, which means you get the fabric, as well as the instructions, as well as all the yarns. And are the yarns sort of in order
Yes,
as well?
they're
again?
all sorted.
All sorted
So
for
if
you.
I show you this time, I'll show you the Aida one. If I'd always joke about this, but in the days when we sold our kits, Inglestone days and early days of the Guild, we had the bags with the hooks on that would go in the shops, and people would pop their hands in and nick things.
Oh no.
So we tell you it's elephant spit keeping it down now, because you can't pull them apart. Right, so so that if you think of the piece I've shown you here and the one that Paulie showed you just now, if you work it on the linen or the Aida, it will be the same size. So it's not going to be big and clumpy if you decide to go for the Aida version because you're not familiar with stitching. It'll still look like that. That's terribly important to understand, and I'll show you why. So the threads are pre-sorted. Now, we're sometimes asked, why we do this. And there's two reasons, really. One, because I think when you spend that much money on a project, you actually want to sit down, you get home from work and start stitching. You don't want to spend an evening in electric light sorting out all these greens.
No.
Because the law will apply. I didn't say it. It was touch and go then. The law will apply, and you'll put some of these two colours, for instance, will get put on the same hole because you won't see the difference.
Yes.
And then we'll get a phone call to say you're missing thread. The other reason is that I think it's lovely to be able to open this and start stitching.
Yes. Not have to sort.
And not
first.
have to sort. So if you look at the Aida fabric, which I'm just going to pop on top of the stitching. If I just do that, look. Okay. So there you've got the sewing. And this is worked on linen over 2 fabric threads. And you can see that quite clearly. Now if you look at this fabric, instead of fabric threads, you've got little boxes. Quite clearly seen the difference. And it's an extraordinary fabric. It's over 120 years old. It's not that modern. And I've actually got a sampler dated, yes, late 1800s on Aida. So when they weave this on the great big machines in Germany, they have 4 fabric threads together and then 4 fabric threads together so that you get the holes in the corners. So they're the same price, they will be the same size, but this is easier to see.
It's so if you're new to this is easier to work on Aida, isn't it?
It is. Now, strangely, I didn't know about Aida when I was taught. My neighbour, Jane Wallace, taught me to cross-stitch one day when my son was, well, he was in a little yellow fluffy suit with the feet in.
So
you can get an idea, and a
tiny
nappy.
doll, yes.
And I'd gone next door for coffee clutching a very damp baby. And I noticed that she had a piece of embroidery across the back of the sofa, sort of like an antimacassar, really. And I said, well, are you going to frame it? And she said, well, I've got to put another alphabet on yet. And of course, I couldn't see the transfers. So that's how it all started. Yes. And I didn't know about this, so I learnt on linen, which is why I still like doing it, I think. If you are inexperienced If you're not sure you're going to be able to see it properly, and you've never done it before, then obviously this is very simple.
Yeah, makes it simpler.
Makes it simpler. As I said, I don't find linear difficult. I see it in squares. In fact, I see most things in squares, if I was honest. And when you do a project like this, you're going to start in the middle. So you fold your fabric in 4, like this one isn't quite, but it could be. Now you can tell it's Zygot fabric because of the orange line down the side. That's their trademark. So I'd fold it into 4, and on something like this, I would just run a tacking line up there and across there.
Would you do that on the linen as well?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Not on a small project. I'd probably just manage with finger pressing it, because the pressing would stay there, but this will take a little while for you to do. And it's just quite a useful reminder when you're stitching. If you suddenly find you're putting that letter Y there, for some reason, you know you're wrong, don't you? Yes, so you start in the middle of the fabric and the middle of the chart, meaning that if I show you the chart, this will make more sense actually. These are beautiful. I mean, when you think when I started, I was drawing on imperial graph paper with a rotary pen and pencils, and using bits of material, graph paper, and sticking them over mistakes. I've still got some of those charts. I mean, they're terrifying.
We've got less than 15 of this one left, by the way. Just this is in the Ada. In the Ada,
Yes.
we've got less than 15 left.
So you see how big the chart is
Yes.
compared to the stitching. That's just what you must remember, is that if you think, oh, I'll just start here. I've had letters from people who just started there and ran out of fabric. So what you do is if you start in the middle, you'll end up with the same amount all the way around.
Yes.
Because you can see the chart is much bigger than the finished thing.
Yes. That makes it easier to follow, of
It's
course,
and
doesn't
of
it?
course, yes. And I mean, everyone will find their own way forward with their charts. You can see we've got a black and white chart as well, look. Now it's a funny old business, the charts, because publishers like coloured charts. If I just flick through this book just to show you coloured charts.
Yes.
And the reason for that, of course, is when you flick through the book, it looks prettier. Lots of stitchers prefer working on a black and white chart because that symbol is a J, or a V, that's a cross, and therefore they're different colours. Whereas if you're working on a coloured chart, say for instance here, those two look similar. They're not, but in electric light they could be.
Yes.
Whereas if it's a symbol, you can tell. So you get both, and your pre-sorted threads, as I said, which
So
are
have you
beautiful.
got the threads? Is that the amount you need, or is there sort of a little extra?
Oh, there's
there?
extra.
There's extra.
Oh yes, I'd be very surprised these days. I mean, certainly in the early days, I'd get it wrong occasionally, but I would be very surprised if the recipe wasn't bang on the nail. And you do have to unpick sometimes. You know, you have to allow a third more.
Just in case, particularly if it's a new person.
Exactly.
Starting.
And this is it's a bit cramped, this section, and that's because over a period of years, you know, I've collected lots of tips and hints. This is very much my way of doing things. It's not necessarily the right way or any other sort of way. But so these diagrams are done for me by the wonderful Ethan, and lots of tips and hints on here for you to work on. And as I said, in the second hour, if I show you, what I'll do in fact is I'll show the starting of this.
Brilliant.
That would make an ideal thing to show people, wouldn't it? If I show you how to start that in the
That's
second
lovely.
hour, then we'll have lots of chance to talk about it. All right?
Please don't forget, if anybody has got questions for Jane, because if she doesn't know, it's probably not worth knowing. She's here for 2 hours today. So do send in any questions. I'm setting you up there to fall.
You are
aren't I?
rather. Yes, thank you
We
for
do
that.
have our first question,
Bless.
actually. So our first
Well, I
question
promise you I'll
is,
tell you. Oh, there's a picture there.
It says,
Who's this?
morning ladies. Jane, how do you recommend mounting your cross stitch? By binding and stretching or sticking to this new type of sticky board? Says Anne.
Well, I'm about to get into big trouble here. Okay, I don't like sticky board. If you're going to use sticky board, have it on the back. That's a bit odd, but if I can explain... well, let's just take the front cover of it. If we just talk about this one. I use foam core, which you can get from art suppliers or graphics places, and it's 2 sheets of card, and actually it's got polystyrene in the middle. This will certainly be mounted on it.
Right.
That's the stuff. This is acid-free tape for picture framing. Now, this is where it all gets a bit tricky. In the olden days, we always laced. And I'm sure that's a very good idea, and if that's what you wish to do, please do. I find it more satisfactory not to lace, and I get mine absolutely straight. You'll see this big map that's coming up later. I've never been beaten yet in all these years, even with a fabric crease that's difficult to get out. So what I do is I cut a piece of foam core with a craft knife, the size I want, which obviously allows your margin. I cover that with, well, one of the trade names is Warm and Natural, which you would know from the quilting cotton batting or
Yes.
something similar. I use that, and I put a piece of double-sided sticky tape on the board just across, and I cover it in the fluffy stuff, and then I cut it out. We sometimes refer to it as hot and lovely, but it's the fluffy stuff. There's polyester wadding you could use, but you want thin. You don't want too puffy.
Yes.
Otherwise,
yes.
it's very strange to do. Then this gets put on. Now I work. If you see later, I'll be able to show you in my stitch book as well. I have glass-headed pins. I start in the middle at the bottom, and I pin into the side of the polystyrene from the middle outwards, every half an inch or so, following a line of the fabric or the Ada, and you will follow the line, and then turn it, ditto, and then both sides. And I don't remove any pins until I'm satisfied that it's straight. So once it's on there, with all these pins sticking out like a hedgehog, I turn it over and I use double-sided tape to stick it down, and then the brown tape from the framers to finish off, having trimmed off any excesses. Now, I know there's going to be people gasping in the background here. I think if these things were available then, we wouldn't have used lacing.
Yes.
But that's a matter of opinion. But that's how
Okay.
all mine are
Oh,
done.
thank you. It's always a good tip. Now, there are less than 15 of the Ada sampler. So if you do want the Ada sampler, do bear that in mind, because that's quite a good for a first project. And we've got less than 25 of the linen version. We had this picture from Valerie. This is the lady who said that she'd
there you
finished
are,
it.
Valerie.
This is her
Valerie
flower
Franklin.
sampler. Isn't
Well
that amazing?
done.
Look at that.
Look at that. It looks like mine. I know it should do, but I'm always thrilled when it does.
Trying to find that. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, look.
That's that page.
Look at that.
That's
That's
really
beautifully
good,
done,
Valerie.
I'm
Fabulous.
extremely pleased with you.
Be interested to know which was your favourite technique in there. Which one did you find best? Are you allowed a favourite? I mean, I like hard angle, I must admit. I really
like
do
hard angle
that.
too. I do like hard angle board. My favourites vary with the day of the week.
Yes.
You know, some days it's opening a piece of linen and getting that luscious smell, and sitting doing some counting of cross stitch, just counting onto linen from a chart. It just hits the spot. And other days I'm wanting more meat on it, if you like. And where we've travelled over the world, you know, cross stitch exists in so many forms. They tend to refer to all the things that the Cross Stitch Guild does as cross stitch in America. So if you said cross stitch, they might be referring to hard hanger.
Yes.
So yes, all those things.
I think they're lovely.
Yes, I'm
Shall
ever so
we-
pleased with you, Valerie.
Yes, I think that's absolutely
Mrs. Franklin,
amazing.
that's
I really do.
absolutely super. You must be so proud.
So
Well done.
Jan has sent us a message too, Jane. Jan has said, good morning, lovely Jane and Wendy. Lovely to be seeing you more on SS. I finally started cross stitch this year and I've watched since sewing quarter days. Well, thank you, Jan. That sounds
Well
great,
done.
doesn't it?
Well done. Good.
And a message from Coral.
Oh,
So
hello,
nice to see
Coral.
Jane on TV. Already been on pre-order to see the goodies ready to purchase. Looking forward to next guild at Swindon. Eeyore?
It must be Eeyore. Yes, this is Coral Bebbington. Sorry, Coral, I've named you. And she's as batty as a box of frogs. and she collects eels.
Oh, I see.
So
So
hence
like
her
you're collecting
nickname.
chickens,
So
is
she's,
eel.
we have, the Cross Stitch Guild have events around the place, and we have, of course we haven't had because of the pandemic, but we have a limited event at Leeds next month, and then we have 65 ladies joining us in Leicester, all things being equal.
Yes.
For the
Hopefully.
autumn weekend, yes, that's right. So, yes, and Coral will be one of the ones driving me balmy in June.
Let's look at the Elizabethan sweetie bag, which one is that? This
That's
one.
the bag.
Over here.
Lovely.
This is this one. Look at this.
You have a look at that while I cut the top off.
I love it. This is really lovely. Let me just get these little ones out of place. So if we don't get to all of these, don't forget they are all on the website, and we do have another hour later. So look at this. This again. Is this all cross stitch?
Yes, I think, let me just refer to the chart, because as you can see I'm not wearing my glasses except on my chest. Silly woman. Let's have a look. Yes, it's a cross stitch project. There's some four-sided stitch, and there are some, there is a little area on the thistle. If you have a little look at the thistly bit, it's got some bumpy stitches.
Yes.
Let me just go back and look.
It's like boucle.
Yes, it's actually sometimes called turkey stitch, sometimes it's called, I'll have to think about that. In fact, I'm going to look it up.
These are really lovely. So you've got these, and also as well as the pattern on the front here, remember this is all counted cross stitch. I just love these. They're like biscone, aren't they, the shape?
It's, they're very, bear with me just one second.
Really beautiful little designs on here. And this is all in the pattern.
85,
All these
if I
little
read it properly.
designs.
Oh yes, sorry, velvet stitch.
That's velvet. So this one is velvet.
So velvet stitch, also known as turkey stitch, and I think there's another name, but I can't think what it is. Commonly used by Victorian embroiderers. If you've seen those pictures that have almost like velvet flowers,
Yes.
they will have done those in turkey stitch and then trimmed them. I did a series of little teddy bears years ago where some of them were fluffy and some of them were loopy. Yes, so sweetie bags were very, very Tudor. They were carried by the wealthy. Now, if I just put this very still so Paulie can actually see what I'm doing, in the instructions there are some little illustrations of some very old, extremely collectible and expensive sweetie bags, those two at the top.
When you say sweetie,
They
what
actually
sort of-
weren't for sweets. What they would be used for would be, often they would have herbs and spices in, so you could hold it to your nose as you toddle down the street, because
of the
obviously
smell.
you didn't wash, and neither did anybody else. And sometimes they would carry a prayer book or a book for church that would have similar designs on it. We know that Queen Elizabeth I was given a large number of these as presents, where they would be have emeralds and diamonds and whatever. But in the majority, they would be stitched in silk, cotton and metallic threads. And so that's what they were used for. Now this one was the second one in the series. It's worked on linen. It's actually worked on a linen band. If I show you here, because this makes the making up. I mean, stitchers aren't generally sewers, not always. They'll stitch 30 things and put them in drawers rather than make them up.
Yeah, I've a lovely sister-in-law, June, if you're watching, and she is a cross-stitch fan. She does lots of cross-stitching, but you're right, she sort of
Doesn't always
I
make
don't want
them.
to do dressmaking or cushion making or
No,
anything.
isn't it funny how there's
Yes,
definitely
she does get them framed and things.
So this is the fabric. Now this doesn't come from Zweigart. This comes from a place called Vaupel and Heilenbeck, which is in Wuppertal in Germany. And the first time we went there, my daughter was in a buggy and she was 34 on Tuesday. So it gives you sort of idea of the timing. This is beautiful because it's woven like this. And it's gorgeous to work on.
And this is what's created this lovely bag.
And this is what makes the bag. So all I did was fold in the pretty hem and join it like that, look. And you just run up the sides with a hand stitch. Simple, simple. So that's the fabric.
And
Which,
do
as
you
I said-
there's little beads?
Yes, you get the
all
little beads. You get this gorgeous petrol. Can you see the colours in that?
That's lovely, isn't it?
It's got that sort of, if it depends where the light is, or you can see on the camera, look. Right, and then you get the beads, and then you get, this is for making the tie around the neck, and then these are for making the little extras. Now, these are what we call watt bows. Watt bow. Now, the watt bow history, there've been lots of, you've got watt bows on the website, and they're a sort of scissor keeper. That's about as small as you can make them, because there's got to be the raw edges tucked in. I can't make one much smaller than that, because I tried to. But I thought that was a nice change. Instead of tassels,
I think it's
to do
gorgeous.
a little watt bows on the end.
And I love the way they've got a little design on them as well.
Yes, there's three-sided. They're a little three-sided shape that I found in Siem Reap in Cambodia when my husband and I went to the night market. I mean, there was wall-to-wall cross-stitch for half a mile. I mean, I almost needed hospital treatment. I had such tummy aches, I wanted it all.
I know, this is the trouble, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now you've got your pre-sorted threads, look.
Oh, I've got a question here.
Oh, yes.
Kaz has said, has Jane got a how-to video to show how to frame?
I'm just casting my mind back, and the answer is I don't exactly know. And I'll tell you for why. Because on the Cross Stitch Girl website, if you go to Stitch Basics, there is a lot of free videos to watch, and I'm having to think if that video is free to view or not. I can't
Okay, so
remember.
it's worth, if you want to check it out,
have a ferret on the
go on the Cross Stitch Girl
website.
Is it crossstitchgirl.com?
.com. crossstitchgirl.com.
And there are some videos on there. So
if you look at the screen and go to Stitch Basics and trawl through that, there's herself. Very useful for those of you who've not stitched before as well. If you wanted to, there's certainly a free to view video of me having the conversation with you about the Ada and the linen and how to start on whatever, and how to follow a chart. So it's all free to view, so that would be helpful. And I will investigate, because it would be a very useful thing to have free to view, I'm sure. So sorry to be a bit vague, it's just a question of whether it's there, but you have to pay for it.
Yes, so it might be there.
So I just don't know. So these are all mounted for you, look, and you've got the Guild logo and the free phone number. So should the cat take some threads away, you can ring for emergency supplies.
And you've got the numbers of what the threads are on there.
Numbers
so you know
of what the threads are.
These
These are all Madeira, and I know we refer to them as embroidery silk, but they're pure cotton, mercerised cotton. And then this is for making twisted cords to do the ties and the bits and pieces.
Yes.
So you've got nice long lengths.
So that's really lovely. So this is the Sweetie bag. This is $34.99. It's very different from what we've had before, and it's actually a really beautiful little bag. I mean, you know, I think it's a beautiful little bag. I was just thinking the same thing, Kat. Kat just said she'd put lavender in it.
Yes.
And have it hang. I was just thinking that very same thing.
Quite a few ladies have worked it and used it as a little stitching bag with their project in.
Yes, little stitching bag. It's very sweet, and it gives you a chance to learn different techniques again. The old-fashioned sewing. Oh, I like this little box.
Oh yes,
set.
I'll let you show this.
This
and then
is this one, isn't it?
I'm going to have to snaffle the box from you, or
You
you're
are,
going to have
aren't
to
you?
show the contents
Well, in fact,
this time.
if I hand that over, Jane, and I'll look through the actual finished project while you get ready with that. So this is the finished project, and it is beautifully boxed, as you've just seen. I've just handed Jane the box, and it has all these pockets. A little pocket here. This says "and with my needle." So you've got alphabet in the chart there. Remember, this is not pre-printed or anything, this is counted. And then you open it up and you can put your needles in. And it also comes with a little pin cushion, which fits neatly into the little pocket, and the little pair of scissors, which also fit neatly into the little pocket. And then you can tie it all back up together and keep it. Unfortunately, Jane's had to put a chain on it, and the sad thing is, the reason she's got a chain on here is because in the past some of her samples have been tea-leafed from exhibitions, so they have to be strapped down.
stolen by
yours
some
does-
wretched person.
You don't get that bit, but you do get obviously the fabric, the threads, the scissors, and everything else there. So that is so cute. So this is £25.99. Again, learning lots of little cross stitch techniques whilst making this little sort of a needle case, sewing
Yes,
case, isn't it? With
it's
the
sort of like a
pockets.
little etui or a needle case or whatever you want to make it really. If I show you the fabric, because it's quite difficult to see on there because it's a little while since I made it. Now if I just get in amongst it, there you are. Can you see the fabric's got two colours?
Ah, yes.
Yes, which is quite difficult to tell because they fade.
Yes, you can't really tell it on here.
No, can you see that? So this is linen band again. So this was bought from Valpel and Heilenbeck. It's 28 count linen. So same sort of linen that we've been talking about. You get 2 gold needles with this one. And I'm having to look to see, I think it's that way around.
I think you've got the darker of the bottom on this one.
Yes, so that's how you'd make it. But it tells you all that in the instructions. Just a little trick that I think's actually worth watching for, actually. Let me just get a biggish needle from here. I'll just borrow that. When you want to fold linen and get it to fold straight, which I think's, you know, useful for any reason, if you put your needle in the fabric, like so, and pull the fabric, not the needle, you get a score that actually folds on the line of the fabric. You see that? Now that is so useful, I can't tell you. And if you're doing the hems, like round the little book we were talking about just now, you do that to make the hem straight so that you get it exactly the same dimension all the way round. And if you don't do it this way, you won't get the straight fold. So if you were buying this project, and if I haven't said so in the instructions, heaven forbid, if you score it first, that needs a steam iron to get it out. Yes? Then you're starting in exactly the right position to put on your flowers. And then here we are. So
That's
you've
your
got
pattern.
a chart here, very clear. That's for the little bits and pieces. And these are these go in everything. These are my sort of tips and hints.
Your how-to hints.
My
yeah.
how-to bits and pieces. And then here we have.
So plenty of instructions, so you should be able to
I
do
do
this without
try. I do
any
try.
problem.
They say I'm trying. That shows you sort of where it is on the fabric, how you fold it all together, and how you could put your little tools. Now, in this picture here, there are little tools in the pockets. Now, they are available on the Guild website, and I think possibly here, don't actually know that. Yes, on this picture here, there's some little tools, but you can buy, obviously, there are things like the little wheel thing for going on aircraft.
Oh yes,
You know,
the
that
cutting
sort of
wheel.
thing.
Yes.
You would tuck in your
Yes,
in your
because these
project.
pockets, as you've seen by folding up that fabric, you've got the pockets all the way. Oh, I've just like neatly tied it all back up again.
So
You've got
there's
the pockets all the way
paperwork.
along.
So if I fold this back up,
So that's really handy to pop things into.
this is lovely. I mean, I want to go home and stitch, and I can't today. I have a lot of things to do. Look at that. It's such nice material.
I think it's lovely because it's a small project. We've got less than 20 of these because it is brand new today, this little thing. It's very sweet. I like the fact that you've packaged this one the way you have because
It's
I
very
actually think
gifty, isn't it?
it's very gifty.
I mean, I'd
yes.
like to get it.
Exactly. So if you've
This
got somebody who's, it's a nice price for a little present as well. So if you've got somebody who cross stitches,
I mean,
this
how
is a
could
really
you
lovely
not,
little
you know?
gift.
There's a little bit of extra thread for your twisted cords, and this is pure silk. This one. This is Steph Francis 12-ply silk. So instead of 6 lengths to a bundle, you've got 12. And it's for doing some of the little details. So
See, I
that's
think that's so
really
lovely as
scrummy.
well.
And there's the pre-sorted threads, as I mentioned.
And the
you-
little scissors as well. so sweet. Got a message from Rosemary.
Hello, Rosemary.
So Rosemary is saying, having just purchased the flower sampler and the sewing set, looking forward to sewing them on linen
Bless
for
you.
the first time.
Well, have fun with
Yes,
them. I
do
hope
have
you
fun,
do.
Rosemary. I think it does look, it's a lovely finish.
And remember
Make
that
sure you've got the working in good light.
yes, work in good light. Take it in small stages. Do it in small chunks, I always think, because you can finish a bit and be pleased with yourself rather than fighting it. And we all fight it sometimes. Also, with those nice things to make, you know, you're going to get so much fun out of it.
It is. It is very relaxing. Now, we do have some other kits, but we also, of course, you've seen Jane a couple of times using needles. She has got her own gold-plated needles. So let's do both sets of those. Just the needles, Jane. If we look at just the needles set.
Here we are.
So this is $15.99. How many needles have you got in there?
So this one has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight needles and 1 curved needle. And in the lid, you can just see there's a list here of what's there. Now these are English needles made by John James, but they're gold-plated for us by gold platers in Coventry. And the history of this is really an accident of fate, in that I was given a gold-plated needle in America when Lulu was 5 months old. And I thought, frankly, it was over the top and rather American and tutted. And then she said, well, try one of these. That was a very cheap one. Here's a really good gold needle. I would like you to try it tonight and tell me what you think tomorrow. So that's what I did, and it was just amazing. I was sitting there doing French knots and they were just coming off the needle, and I sort of investigated a bit more, and then when we got back to the UK I contacted my needle suppliers, who fell about with laughter at the idea of a gold-plated needle. And this is all, of course, long before the internet. So I spent an afternoon on the phone from my cottage and eventually found a firm who were prepared to gold plate 1,000 size 24 needles for me. And he said, how much gold do you want on them? And I said, I don't know. What does it come in? I mean, I'd never bought gold before. And he said, well, British Nuclear Fuels and the MOD have 2 microns. And he said, do you want the gold to wear off? I said, no, it mustn't. It absolutely mustn't wear off. Oh, that's what you want then. The MOD use it on detonators for grenades. I said, that's what I want. Detonators for grenades. And that's how it started. And the irony of it was that being a twit and not thinking business-wise, we had a sort of visit. One of the major manufacturers turned up at our house in 2 matched black Sierras. And it was like the gangsters were arriving. And really, they were coming to find out who was using all this thread in this cottage. And so we got chatting. And of course, I'm raving about gold needles. So what do they do but bring out their own 6 months later, of course. And I thought, no, that was a shame. What a stupid woman, you know.
Yes.
But of course, what they did was they had cheap ones.
And the gold wears off.
And the gold wears off. And actually, it was in the early days of Needlecraft magazine. You remember when that first came out from Future. And they had the little kits on the front. And somebody wrote in and said, don't bother with gold needles, they're rubbish. And the editor said, you need Jane Greenoff's gold needles. The gold doesn't come off hers. So actually, they did us a favour.
Yes.
Inadvertently.
Definitely. They are beautiful to work with, and you get them in that lovely little presentation box. So Jan has said, she's got a message coming across the bottom of the screen. I have that set, worth every penny and more. She was,
Bless
thank you, Jan.
It's
It's lovely
you for that. Well,
when we get
done.
that affirmation from somebody
Well,
else.
yes, I mean, we say at the Guild that, I still the royal we, that the Guild isn't mine anymore. I have to make that point.
Yes.
I'm just the designer now. When we sell these, if you can prove they came from us and you strip the gold off, we'll replace them. And I mean, common sense is needed here. There is a size 28 here. Sorry, here. I don't know which is better, really. I'm going to take the lid off for a minute. There you go. Now we can probably see. The size 28 is a tiny needle, and it's for 1 strand. If you force 4 through it, the eye will break. So you use common sense. So it's perfect for doing your back stitch after you've done your cross stitch. This biggish chunky one here is for your hard hanger embroidery. So that's where you're going to put perlé thread through it. That one is a sharp. Now all the rest are blunt. This sharp is there for making up things, like doing we're going to come to 2 little scissor keeps in a minute, or making up your sewing case, or putting felt, you know, in a needle book, which doesn't like a blunt needle. So that's for a sharp, and then that's to add beads. So this is, and this one is for making up 3-dimensional things. Now, some of you will have seen our etuis, exploding boxes that fall over, various other things we've made. There's a new box coming out very shortly in the Guild of Monet's house as an etui. But again, making those up, you need a sharp.
Yes.
And the curved needle is really useful for making up a box as well.
It is. I mean, that's sort of traditionally an upholstery needle,
Yes,
isn't
yes. I'll just pop
really
the lid back
exciting. So we've
on,
got that
get
set,
me
but we've
shot.
also got another set. So that set is just needles.
So this...
Oh, we're going to do the other set in the next hour.
Oh, fine.
Okay, because we
So-
want to get to these ones here, Kat.
Do the little
Yes.
ones. Let me just get these
So there's
back
2
together.
different sets of these. The red is the silk star.
That's it. Silk sari.
Sorry, silk sari. That's the red one.
And
if
the other
you look
one's...
on the other side, it's got
pink.
beads on here. It's difficult to see, but I can feel them. They've got little beads on there.
Let me get in amongst it.
And
Then
then
you can
turn
see.
over, and it hasn't. So that's your upside. So it's like it's a little scissor keep, but you could put pins in there,
Oh,
couldn't
yes,
you? So you could use
absolutely.
it as a little pin cushion
You've
and
got-
scissor keep.
So this is silk sari. Now, people sometimes have asked me in the past, where do you get the ideas from? And I'll be quite honest, I was going to Cirencester shopping. It's about 8 miles from my home. Driving along, la la la, Indian twist. Who said that? I mean, it just came into my head. We'd been to India, but not that recently. And I just thought, well, I don't know. So on the way, I came up with 6 in the series. And silk sari was obviously one, in these bright colours. Now these you do sort yourself, but it's not difficult. There's no danger of you getting these mixed up. It's in a little slip knot, if I can take it undone without actually spoiling everything. There we are. So you've got there's your threads. And there's your...
The colours are gorgeous. They're really vibrant, aren't
They are silk
And then you-
sari-ish, aren't they?
Definitely. Then your instructions again.
Inspired by India, how to make them up, how to make the twisted cord. And what these are actually, excuse me, if you could just hold one up for me on its side view, what you've actually got there is stitched 2 identical squares. So there you are, you're going to stitch that twice on 2 pieces of fabric. So to make a biscornu shape, which is this, which apparently means irregular or quirky in French. I'm not quoting authority here, I'm told that. And when you design these, the first time I designed one, I made a complete mess of it, because of course the middle disappears with the button. So you want the interest at the corners,
Yes.
which I've learned now. It takes me a while, you know. So you're going to work these. There's some little Algerian eyes on here, how to do it. Oh, sorry, how to do it. Excuse me. You've got a card in here with the emergency phone number.
Just in case.
Now these scissors, don't kid yourself that they're little and therefore not sharp.
No, they're really
fiendish.
handy little scissors.
Absolutely fiendishly
I just
sharp.
love the fact you get these little scissors.
Look at those. They're actually Italian and they're really sharp. And then you've got the buttons. 2, one for underneath and one on top, and the little beads and a beading needle. Isn't it smashing?
It is. It's a beautiful little kit. $12.99, and again, it's a beautiful little kit to make for somebody, but it's also a really nice little present.
And if you've never stitched before or never worked on linen before, these are an absolute cinch.
They're easy to do. So, Maggie has said, enjoyed stitching the Indian twist so much, I carried on stitching by matching up thread with the blank Ada squares. Scissors superior to. Thank you, Maggie.
Well
Sounds
done.
great.
Well done. Good for you.
Now, the other colourway we have this one in, if the sari colours, isn't this? Is painted elephants.
Yes, well, we
Love
met
the names
painted
of these.
elephants.
Yes,
Well,
so
you
did
know,
I in India.
seeing their beautiful faces with the chalk and everything on.
It is lovely. So these are sort of more muted colours, but really, really pretty. And again, sort of basically your two squares, and it's the way they're put together that
So you can
creates
see
this
the
lovely
colours
shape.
again here, look.
Great for beginners, although you wouldn't think it because you're looking at that, but it is great for beginners.
Yes,
and it does
yes,
come
it's two
with these
squares. It's,
super little
it couldn't be
scissors
more
too.
simple.
It really does. Absolutely gorgeous. Yes, this is a whole kit, including those lovely little scissors for $12.99. That really is a bargain. Now, we are going to... Oh, we want to look at the magnetic needle keep now? Yes,
here.
We're just going to quickly look at
Really
this magnetic
quickly.
needle keep. We will have it in the second hour as well. But this is such a nifty little design. It's exclusive to Sewing Street. And
This is the
basically, it's a
loan.
magnetic pin trap. And it looks like a little reel of cotton. Can you see that? If you need to go... There we are. You've got it there.
It was actually a cotton reel of mine that was moulded. It had quite a pretty design on the top. And I'm just going to find, in fact, I'm going to snaffle. If I just snaffle a needle out of there.
That's all.
And I mean, I know that I would have, but I've got a row of these on my desk. And I always work with a gold-plated needle, so each size has got its own. And I just go, la, la, la.
That's such a good idea, actually. $10.99.
They are smashing.
And it is exclusive to us. And it just has this look of an antique reel
yes.
of threads, doesn't it? But it's a magnet.
It's
to
got a
hold the
magnet
needles.
in, no trees have been chopped down. It's made of resin. So actually, they're white when they come out of the machines. And then they're stained to look like mahogany. So what you don't do is rub them hard with polish. You just dust them. And then they keep, if you did mark one, which I occasionally do, you know, drop them or chip them, just a little bit of black felt tip marker, rub on, it should be perfect. They're just lovely. I mean,
aren't they?
we've thought of so, I mean, we've had some on before that are not exclusive to Sewing Street. There's elephants, there used to be a rabbit, we have a dragon, we have a meerkat. I mean, people suggest to us, as you can imagine.
But I
yes.
love that. I love the fact that's a cotton reel because I think it goes so well with the fact it's sewing, doesn't it?
And machine embroiderers and
Yes.
quilters, everyone can like it, can't they? 'Cause
Yes,
it's
indeed.
what's not to like, really?
It's got the detail on the top of it. Can you see?
Can you see? It's not easy to
If you
see.
keep
Look,
it sit still,
there's a
pull
little
the
sort of
zoom in.
engraving there. Look, can you see?
So
oh,
it
yes,
just-
that's better.
Yes.
If I tip it on the side, look
Yes.
there. And then the bottom's plain because the magnets are put in when they're half full.
Right.
The magnets are tiny. I mean, they are well, smaller than my little fingernail, but they're so strong. I can't. When they come in a tube, and I have a blunt knife to separate them.
Because they're so strong.
So strong.
That's why they're catching those needles
But
easily.
you know, one of my favourites is the hippo, which may still be on the website. I don't know. But he tends to get his needles on his bottom because it's the bit where the magnet is. Yes,
Well, I
they're
like the
lovely.
cotton reel. I think it's a really lovely little, again, a lovely little gift. We had to show you that. We will have it in the second hour as well. Now, the most popular kit from today is the old-fashioned sewing set. We have less than 10 of them available now. So if you are thinking about it, please do check out the website. This is the old-fashioned sewing set. This is this one, isn't it? It's this little one here.
Yes.
Which has
That's
got
it.
all these little
Isn't
bits
it pretty?
to it. I think it is absolutely gorgeous. It really is. You can see why it's the favourite. $25.99 for that one. Now, Jane will be back with us again at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, yes. So we have got a few more. Everything's pre-order on the website if you want to have an advanced look. We've got a few more of her lovely kits and some big, grand ones. We've got this lovely world one, the globe, and the chickens, which are really cute. So we'll see you in an hour, Jane.
Absolutely.
And I will see everybody else in we've got bag making next, bag making bundles and tools. So I will see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hi, welcome back. So that was lovely. That was a nice mindful session with Jane. But what we now have is bag making. And bag making has just really increased in popularity. So it's something that we can all do. And they're fairly small projects, so they don't take too long to do. So what we have here is we have got some bundles. So you've got sort of fabrics to go together. And how much you can make basically from a metre of fabric. Now we'll start with Debbie Shaw's book. So we're going to help this. It's not something you've got to work out on your own. We have got half-yard bags and purses. This is by our lovely Debbie Shaw. So half a yard. So this is how we sell the fabrics by half metre. Half yard because it sounds better than half metre when you're trying to make a title up. Hence the half yard. 12 beautiful bags and matching purses. So there's lots of different ones you can make from just half a metre. Some of these you won't even use that much. So a lot of the time you can see there are sort of two colours on this, which is why we've actually put bundles together with two fabrics each time. And is this the bag? Is this the book that's got that lovely PU bag in it? I'm just going to see if I can find it in here. Loads of different bags, so many different bags, lots of bags and then purses to go with them. You can see as I'm flicking through all the different styles you've got. See, I love this one, this little lacy one for evening. This is a metal frame bag. We've got the metal frames. This is one with PU or faux leather. And again, we've got the faux leathers on here. So you've got the bag patterns. Look at that, isn't that lovely? And that's a simple shape bag too. You can see the simple shape of it. So it's jam-packed with inspiration, all of the instructions on how to make all of these lovely bags and purses. That's a lovely one too. Look at that, working girl tote. And of course you have Debbie's hints and tips and tricks on getting started and different things you need to know. So there's a style for everybody here. So this is how to put the letter. I was going to say this is what we did yesterday. This is what I did the other day on a Zoom class, how to do a letterbox zip pocket. Adding pockets. There's all skills. So there's adding the magnetic clasp. We've got the magnetic clasp, plating mitered corners. You customise it to make the way you need. So you can put as many pockets in as you like or not. You can have zip closures, you can have magnetic clasp closures, and you can use a fabric that's going to really go beautifully with your outfits, or you can use fabrics that suit your projects, because it can be project bags as well as handbags. So there's lots you can do with that. Now, Debbie always likes to use H640. This is a Viseling wadding, and this is fusible on one side. It's a 1 metre piece for £6.99. So this 1 metre piece, it gives you the structure you need. It's got structure to it. It's fusible, so you fuse your fabric onto it and then you can quilt if you so wish. And she likes it because it doesn't wrinkle, but it does give body to the bag shape. So that's 1 metre for is that £6.99? £9.99 for 1 metre piece. Now we have some bundles. We'll start with the P one because I just pointed out that bag. So let's start with the pinks. This is Wine and Rose. So this is a bundle. It's a ½ metre of each. So you don't need to use a leather needle with this, although it looks like leather, because it is on a woven backing. So this is a ½ metre of this sort of wine colour. I think this is fabulous. It is wide actually. Let me open it right up. So it's a nice wide piece. So you can make a lot from that. And if you combine one of these sort of faux leathers or pleathers like this with a fabric, so we've got these as a bundle together, but you could actually mix and match these bundles. If you wanted to have this bundle and then mix it with, say, something like that, it does look good as well together. So you could actually have some fabric, some leather in a bag. It looks really good. So this is the alternative of sort of the other one for this bundle. So this has got some stretch in it, and obviously it's sort of got this quilted design. So this is really nice too. So it would make a very smart bag, and you've got plenty here to make a weekender bag, small bag, bag and purse. You can make a lot out of that. We can also do both of them by the ½ metre. So this one by the ½ metre, so this is the pink, £4.49 for ½ metre. So it's a very good price for that, and it looks so lovely. It's got this metallic sheen to it. Can you see the sheen? So that's £4.49 for just a ½ metre of that. And the wine coloured piece, which is our sort of PU, which is like a faux leather, really does feel like leather too. It's 50% viscose with 50% PU, and this is £6.49 for ½ metre, but it's a lovely wide ½ metre. It's really nice. So this is the wine colour. So you can get them together, or you can get them individually if you wanted to get more. For instance, if you were thinking, actually, I'd quite like to make a jacket out of that, you'd need to get a bit more. So you buy the units, and then it will come as a big piece if you're buying them individually. That's our first set. Then we have a silver set. So again, this is a gunmetal grey for the leather, and again they go beautifully together and would make a lovely combination. If you have a third and 2/3, I like, rather than half and half, or you could patchwork it. You could do whatever. Really lovely. So this is as a 2-piece. So you get both of these for £10.49, ½ metre of each of these. Again, they're wide. So you've got the same width as we had before, nice and wide. I'm going to peep over the top. And this is this gunmetal, and it just feels like leather, but it isn't. So no animals are harmed in the making of this fabric. Really lovely. And we've also got it by the ½ metre. So that's the bundle, and then the ½ metre. So again, this is the dark grey. This is £6.99 for the ½ metre. Just opened it out to show the width of it, and it has got a woven backing. So I quite like that as well. If you wanted to sort of show the back of something, you can actually use that, or you could use that side as a piping, etc. This makes lovely piping as well if you have spare. And then we also have this, again, by the ½ metre. So this is the quilted jersey one. It's more stretchy, this one, and this is £4.49 by the ½ metre. So if you want to combine it with any of your quilting weight cottons or anything like that, you can do so, or some other fabrics that you've already got. It would go beautifully well with that. That's those two. We have one final PU bundle, and that's this one. I rather like this one too. Taupe and champagne. This is a really lovely combination. So we have here ½ metre of each, but the width means you can make quite a lot. Let me open this one just to show you the width of this one as well. Ooh, I can't hardly get my arms across to open this. So you could make more than a bag and a matching purse with this. You could make a weekender bag. So a nice sort of commodious bag, a duffel bag, a rucksack. So not just a handbag. Lots you can make out of this. And of course, you get the taupe as well, which is it just feels so soft and leather, like leather. All brand new bundles for today's show, and we really do want to see what you make from them, because I think they are beautiful bundles. And of course, don't forget, you can also get these individually. So you can just get the taupe, and it is £6.99 for ½ metre. So if you want a metre or 2 metres, you just multiply your units and you'll get it as a bigger piece. Oh, I don't want to lose my little label. Look, it's threatening to come off. That's that one. And then we also have, by the ½ metre, the champagne. This is the champagne one. You're not going to be able to buy a bottle of champagne at this price, no. But you could make a nice bag. You could make a bottle bag for your bottle of champagne in your champagne knit. That would be nice, wouldn't it? You could actually make a little jacket out of this as well. A little bomber jacket would look really nice in that. But yes, if we're thinking crafty bags, this is perfect for that. Absolutely perfect. We have put a fabric with one of the PUs. So we have this here. So this is from a Moda fabric. So it's got gold. It's a gold print on it. That is really lovely. That would make a lovely lining of a jacket. Can we sell this by the ½ metre as well? Not today. So today we're thinking bag making. This is ½ metre. So you get ½ metre of the Moda fabric and a ½ metre of the black PU. That would make a superb evening bag. I'm just wondering if there's, in that book we looked at just now. Oh, this is another one. Well, I kept saying about they would make carry-ons. Look at this. You've got enough to make one of these with those two fabrics, but we'll look at this book in a minute. But I was just wondering, if I go back to Debbie's, if we can see a bag that has the two tones in it. There's quite a few actually where she's used two different fabrics, and it just looks so nice. I mean, this one that's fabric and fabric, but you could be doing here the gold and the leather. So you could certainly do that. And the PU makes it wipeable, so it's probably best to use that one for the bit that goes under the base. So just looking at those two fabrics, let's move them over so they're not under the graphics. And then the patterns, there's quite a few patterns. So again, I've got another one here that has a different flap to the actual bag, and you could do that with these two fabrics. So lots of ideas in this book by Debbie Shaw. So I'll leave that open because I'm going to show you those as well in a minute. So this is our other two sets. Now there are left less than 5 of this bundle available. It is a beautiful bundle. It will make a lovely bag, really will. And don't be worried about mixing the cotton with the PU. That's fine. It's not a problem. And of course you can use your H640 in order to get the stability that you need as well for a bag. But as well as these, because we've got these, we've got the handles, which I think we should mention. I'll bring these in purely because I think they go well with these PUs. So starting with the black one, so these handles come, you've got 2 handles here, and then you've got the leather patches, and they're pre-drilled. So they've already got the holes that you can stitch through. You can do it by machine, but it's probably just as easy to do it by hand and use a top stitch thread. But that would go beautifully with that if you were going to make a bag with handles. Just gives it that sort of professional looking finish. So that's the black one. And then we also have it in brown. So the brown would go with a lot of the other colours that we've just looked at. So the black would go with the grey and the black, and then the brown can go beautifully with the champagne, the pink, and obviously the brown. So they're really, really handy to have. It's just a pair of handles that you can stitch onto your bag. Our most popular PU bundle so far is the taupe champagne, is this one. That's the most popular one, which I'm not surprised actually. Got less than 15 of this bundle, £10.49, ½ metre of the PU, ½ metre of the metallic. It is a lot. I mean, that's, if you think, that's basically £10.49 for a metre of these specialist fabrics. So that is really good, and they are lovely and wide, so you will get quite a lot out of that fabric. The canvas. We've got 3 different bundles of these. Let's start with the lilacs. So we've got 2 pieces here. £6.99. It's a ½ metre of each. Let's open it up and I'll show you the width of this one. So again, lovely wide fabric. I can actually tell you what that width, I can say lovely width. Let's tell you what that width is. Oh, my goodness. That's 54 inches or 140 centimetres. So it's a lovely wide fabric. And you're getting 2 of these in complementary purple colours for £6.99 for 2. So that's really good. Again, nice canvas weight. Is this a cat special? Every bundle from this hour is cat special. Put together by cats, especially for this show. So these are bag making things. And we want to see how much you can make out of it. And this, so basically you're getting 1 metre in this bundle, but also I like the fact that you can combine them. Look at this, you could combine some of those with some of these. So do think about that as well. We'll come to these in a minute. The next canvas is the blues. So we've got the 2 different blues here. It's like a teal. And it's a lovely feel. It is sort of canvas, but it's actually still quite soft. It's not crunchy, it's quite soft. That's really good for bag making. And then we've got the light blue. It's that same width. So it's the same width, 54 inches, 140 wide, £6.99 for the lot, which basically means it's £6.99 for the metre, which is really good. And of course you can buy 2 or 3 bundles if you wish, but they will come pre-cut as the cut pieces. And then finally we have a monochrome bundle, but this time we have 3 in the bundle, so it's 1.5 metres. So really useful to have in your stash here. We've got the black, the silver grey and a creamy white. So it's this would make a really smart bag. Some real good detail. If you combine this, you can combine this with some of the PUs. It would look lovely. It would look lovely with the plain leathers. So it feels like leather, even though it's not. It's lovely. And then of course, if I bring in the silver with the silver, they go well together. So you can start building. So we're making your own bags or thinking of making your own bags. Getting some selections of this sort of thing will make your stash very helpful when you're getting out different bits, thinking, what am I going to coordinate? What am I going to put together? So if you're going to give bag making a go, these are good basics to have in your stash. £10.99 for all 3 of them. Now we're going to have a look at another book. So we've shown you some ideas in Debbie's book. This is another book. This is the Complete Bag Making Masterclass by Samantha Hussey. And again, you've got a whole load of different bags with lots of hardware on them as well, and patterns in the back, which are full-size pattern pieces. And then you have all of them, of course, as usual, starting from the back, working forward. All these different bags with lots of pockets. I love pockets. This is a great weekender. So it's the Explorer Carry-On. But wouldn't that be lovely in those leathers or pleathers? That would look great. Lots of tips on how to make it. All these different bags. And another one again, the Trio Pocket Book. So this is combining fabrics with pleathers. Oh, this one's nice. It's got 3. Oh, look at that. That's almost been made for this bag. So that and a pleather together would create that beautifully. And that's a lovely bag. I love the shape of that and the way the pockets are slanted. So you've got nice, easy instructions on how to make it. So here it is. So lots of lovely bags to choose from. Got the bag feet on that one. Another one again, mixing the pleathers with a fabric. So there's lots in here. It helps you. That does look so professional, doesn't it? And what does this say you need? Let's have a look. Fabrics, you need 5 meters, 50 centimeters, 50 centimeters of the exterior fabric, 75 of faux leather, because they've used it for the straps as well, so you don't need to use it for the straps. And then you need 1 1/4 for lining. So you can get a nice big bag Another one. So I love the way on this one Samantha's combined sort of the pleathers or the plains. This looks like it's just like the plain canvas with a really nice print. So it's combining the different fabrics. It just makes the bag look really lovely. Oh, how pretty is that? And you've got to have pockets. So lots of projects, and then lots of information about how to resize, how to make things. So a lot of box corners. So we've got a lot of things about shaping, piping. So a lot of the techniques you're going to use are also in the book. So you can have a look at all of those techniques and refer back to them when you want to. Hardware. Adding hardware just adds that professional finish to a bag. So very lovely. Nice book to have. Very nice book to have. Speaking of hardware, we've got some bits and bobs here. Now, swivel clips. Okay, so we've got two sizes of swivel clips. One is bronze or sort of antique gold, and the other one is silver or nickel plated. So the bronze one here, it's got a D-ring attached to it. This is $1.99. It's for a 25mm wide strap. And you can attach this to the bag, whether you attach it with a tab to the bag, and then you can attach a strap to the swivel clip, so it's a removable strap. So very handy to have. Then we have the nickel, and this is for 20mm wide strap. This has got more of a circular ring on it. And it's the reason it's called swivel, we called them lobster clasps yesterday. Same thing, just a different name for the same thing. And they do swivel, so they can turn. So really handy to have. And you often will need two. So these are $1.49 each. And that's in the silver. But the P&P is the same all day. So if you've already ordered something, don't worry about only putting something in for $1.49. It doesn't matter at all, because obviously you've already paid the P&P, so that's covered. Now we also have D-rings. We have them in nickel again and in gold. Starting with the nickel, these again are 20mm ones, so they go with that swivel clip. So they sort of join, and you join your straps to it. You get 4, and you probably use 2 in the bag, so you'd have enough for doing 2 more. Kerry used them in her makes yesterday. These are $1.99 for this pack of 4. But we also have them in gold. Not gold, obviously. I have to say gold coloured before we get raided for the amount of gold we've got. These are for the 25mm. So these do go for the same size as the bronze swivel clip. So these are the gold rings, the D rings. So they're really good for joining strap ends and things together. And then we have the slide buckles. Now, Hope was doing a bag with last week, and they use slide buckles. So we have different types of slide buckles here, but basically they do the same thing. But we have different colours of them. The gunmetal black. So this is sort of gunmetal black. Put them into the middle of it there. And these are for 25mm, 1-inch straps, and you have 2 in there. So this is to make your adjustable strap. And again, instructions on the back on how to use it. So it does add, you add that just to give that bag that lift to make it different. And if you're using the strapping, it just makes the bag look a bit more professional. There's a difference between sort of homemade and handmade, really. I know we're not making it by hand, but it just gives it that lift and makes something look really special. And if you're gifting it, of course, you want to do that. Then we have it, the same one, which is the same, this is for 30mm. So 30mm, so this is for wider strapping. And this is in the nickel, silver. And it's to make your adjustable straps again. You can use them for belts as well. And then lastly we have, again, this one is 30mm and this is in the gold. So it depends what colour you're wanting to work with. But of course you can put the gold D-rings and the gold sliders together to go with the antique gold or bronze swivel clip. These are always on the website, but we don't always bring them to you, but it's quite good to add to your order if you're thinking bag making, and we've got all these lovely things to make bags with. We do also have these rings as well, and again these will adjust your strap, so they're just sort of slightly different way of doing it. Same job. So we've got nickel silver. This is for 1 inch 25mm strap, set of 2 in there, £2.99. And then we have the rectangle ring, again a pack of 2, but this is for 30mm wide. So these it's good thing to stock up your stash of these. They've just finished off the job beautifully. £1.49 for this pack of rectangular rings. So you can use those rather than D-rings, or you can use them to put your belt through. They're quite useful. And then we've got magnetic snaps. Now we've got, okay, which one? It's very difficult to tell which is which. I think that one's, so silver I'm afraid is sold out. So this is the gold one. It doesn't really make much difference because this is obviously on the inside, and it comes, you've got the 2 parts of the fastener, and then you've also got the washers that you put on the back. So you poke the fastener prong, it's got prongs on the back, you poke them through from the right side of the fabric to the wrong, and then pop on your washer and bend the prongs down, and that holds it in place. I always put a little bit of wadding behind it too to give it more stability there. And you can use your washer as your guide to decide where you have to cut for the little prongs to go through, because it all lines up beautifully. So really useful again, £2.99, and this is just 1 magnetic clasp. So if you actually are thinking you'd quite like to use these a lot, you could buy multiples of these. We're going to do some cotton fabric bundles now. Let's start with the one that I keep bringing in because I think it's rather lovely. This is, sorry, what fabric? Jason Yenter fabric, so that's the designer of this fabric. And then it comes with one of our Rose and Hubble solids. So it's a really pretty fabric. Half a metre of each for £10.49. This is a lovely, it's a lovely soft weight, but if you're making a bag out of this, depending on the bag you're making, obviously if you're making a simple little tote, little shopping bag, you want to be able to fold up. You can make a little pocket and it could go into its own pocket, keep it in your handbag all the time, use it like that. If you're going to make a more robust structured bag, that's when you bring in your H640. So it's really pretty little print. It almost looks batik-y, I think, the way it's printed, with this lovely coordinating purple. So that looks really pretty together. Next we have Moda. We have, yes, day and night option. We've had this one before, I remember, because it's from the Moda Moody range, and it just reminds me that somebody sort of dabbed their finger. This is beautiful. Paul wants it as a shirt. I can see John in this one as a shirt. Maybe the lighter one for summer. But again, it's a lovely cotton, and you back this for bag making. You can back it with your wadding. Oh, we have less than 10 of this one left, I'm afraid. So if you want this one, go careful if it's in your basket. We have got some strapping as well, and I'm just picking that one for, because look at the way that one goes with it, or indeed that one. They both do. So bear in mind you might want strapping as well. So that's really lovely. Oh, and we've got some other strapping here. Well, that would go with it as well. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. They're coming up soon, but they are on pre-order on the website. And now we have the whiter day version. That's not what I thought you said, Kat. We have the day version of this one. Sorry, less than 10 of these available as well. This lovely fuchsia pink teamed with this one. So it's the same print, but this time on a white background. This is very summery. And it just looks like dabs. Somebody's dabbed with paint. Ah, so we can see, because Kat can monitor how the things are going, and she says some of the same people are checking out both of these bundles. I think that's a good idea, because I think they both work well, and indeed they would work together as well. So they do work. These do actually all work together. So you could combine them very easily. They are very limited, so if you are interested in these, it might bode you to check out now and come back and then check out later, because remember that post and packing won't be charged again, and you can do that. So that's that bundle. We also have feathers, so if you're not into that bright fabric, look at this one. These are really lovely. This is under 10, so it's £9.99 for this bundle. So again, 1/2 metre of the plain. So this is a really lovely, what do you call this? Misty blue, okay. And then we have this 1/2 metre of this lovely print, this feather with eggs, the speckled eggs. That is lovely. This would make a lovely wedding bag because it's a nice soft colour. It's really lovely, isn't it? So this is a really lovely piece. So this is £9.99 for the 2 pieces here. Under £10 for basically a metre of fabric. This one. My eye's drawn to this one. Look at this. So you've got the royal blue plain, Rose and Hubble. This is just £8.99. Does that say? It's Marisol leaf, this is, from the Marisol collection. Beautiful, isn't it? So it's a lovely print. And I think, just looking at it, it is perfectly matched, Kat. Well done. I don't think there's any directions, so I think the thing is it can be difficult matching on the website when you're just looking at a screen, and it depends on your screen resolution and the lights in your room. So what Kat does is she goes through and she can actually see the fabric, so she's matched them to make sure they are perfect matches, as this is. So this is just £8.99. So I've had my eyes tested and I'm getting new glasses. I didn't need my glasses, but when I'm looking at the prices, I can't see the round numbers. I know, I can't believe it, that's the trouble. And then one final collection for the bag making hour is this one. This is leaves, and this is £7.49. So this is £7.49. So you've got bag and lining, or mix it up. You could have a bit, and again, you could bring in the black pleather with this and have black, and or the grey would come in nicely as well, because you've got the grey in that, and grey and black do look quite good together. So you can actually combine all of these colours really beautifully, and that would make a really stunning bag. Oh, Sue has sent us a message to say you want to see something from a book. Which book was that? Is it the Debbie Shaw book or the bag making book? What is it she wanted to see? Oh, the carry-on bag, this one here. Is it the one I came to here? This one. This is the carry-on bag. How much fabric do you need for this one? Let's have a look. So now this one you need 2 meters for the exterior, 2 meters for the lining, 4 meters of interfacing, and then you need foam stabilizer, zips and all that sort of thing. So 2 meters. Whew, it's a big bag then. 2 meters. Hope that helps you, Sue. Let us know if you need any more info. The metal frames. So are we selling these individually or together? Okay, these are individual. So we'll start with the smallest. So this is a great size for a little purse. And or you can make glasses cases out of these, and you could make so many out of these. Keep your hand sanitizer in. You can make it as a little purse just to put your money in, your little loose coins or things like that. And I've just grabbed Debbie Shaw's book because she tells you in her book here how to use these metal frames and how to create a pattern. They rarely come with a pattern because it depends on the size of the frame and the shape of the bag you want to make, which is all explained in here. So that's in Debbie Shaw's Half Yard Bags and Purses book. So that's £11.99. Just mentioning that in case you think, I fancy doing this. This is a class, a Zoom class I actually taught on Wednesday. So this is the small one, the 8 centimetres. Then we have this one. This is 13 centimetres. Do we want it in inches as well? Does it make sense? Because not everybody works in metric, do they? So this is 5 inches. And the other one we did just now, I think it would be 3, is 3 inches. So the small is 3, this one's 5 or 13 centimetres. So again, quite a nice little bag size. Just lost my ruler. And it has got here, so this little one hasn't got them, but this one has got the loops, so you can attach a handle. So this is when, if you're thinking weddings, just a little bag for the evening, this is when you might use your swivel clips, or you can actually buy chain handle, just to have a little chain handle. If you look on the Jewellery Maker website, which is our sister channel, you'll find some ideas for that sort of thing. Finally, this is the biggest one we do, which is 19 centimetres. That's just under 8 inches. So it's 7.5 inches. This is the size I was using the other day. And again, you've got the rings on the top here so you can attach a handle to it. Now these are glue-in frames, not sewing. So when we had our bag making class, was it with Catherine Wright? And she used a sewing frame, so you sewed it in. This time you glue it in, which I actually think is easier. I mean, you get glue everywhere if you're not careful, but what you do is you glue in half, leave it for a good hour or more, and then you glue in the other half. So you glue in one side and then you glue in the other side. Don't try and do it all in one go. But you will need some good glue. Now, just by surprise, oh, look what I've got here. I've got some glue. So this is textile glue. It's another favourite from Debbie Shaw. So it's one, you know, we know she makes bags. So if she's recommending this, we know it's going to work. So it's just a textile glue. So you can use it for other textile projects as well. And you can use it to glue in your bag that you've made. You're going to need that. Now, the other thing you can do is you can buy strapping, webbing. And we have a whole load of it here. Let me bring these ones forward first. So these are our cotton webbings, and we have got 4 colourways. And I'm just going to check the measurements, unless you know. We've got 2 stripes. Well, they're all stripes. They come in 1 metre pieces, and they're 40 millimetres wide, which is 1 5/8 of an inch. If you buy multiples, they come pre-cut, but of course you can join them, and you can stitch through them. So they're nice. So they just add a really nice, funky finish strap to your bag. So this is they've got 2 sort of bright ones. The first one's got the pinks in it. Let's move those out of the way so you can see clearly. That's the first one with the pink in it. Well, it's not quite as ice creamy as there's the pastel-y one. But yes, this one, it's definitely got this sort of summery feel to it, hasn't it? The sort of sand, and that's really lovely. The next bright colourway is this one. This is sort of more rainbow. So it's... oh, I'm being serenaded now. I can sing a rainbow, but I can't sing, so I shouldn't. Did you just say I'm right, that I can't sing? Oh, were you? Anyway, apart from that, £2.99 for a metre, 40 centimetre wide. So you could use it for straps on dungarees, you can use it for a guitar strap, you could use it for a belt. You could certainly make a belt out of this if you wanted a nice colourful belt. Remember, they come pre-cut as 1 metre, so if you need it, make it for a belt. The chances are you'll have to join pieces together, but you can do that, and you can do that cleverly with fabric, or if you've got some pleather, you can do it with pleather. And then we have 2 more pastel coloured ones. So this one, this is what I think of when I think of pastel, yes, and it's also what I think of when I think of ice cream. This reminds me, which one is it? Is it Neapolitan? It's a Neapolitan, isn't it? Look at that, we've got vanilla. Oh, you have the Aldi ice cream. Other brands are available. So yes, this is, oh, don't talk about food. This is not fair. I've got another couple of hours. So this is really lovely, isn't it? So these lovely colours, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colours in there. So again, it's 40 millimetres wide and you get a metre piece of it. If you've bought multiples, it will come pre-cut, so you will have to join them possibly. But if you're talking, for instance, if you were making long straps on a bag, like the carry-on bag, or a long, a long tote that you want to carry here, you'd use 2. So you'd have 1 going up and all the way down for 1 strap, and then 1 for the other strap. So 2 straps at £2.99. Our final colour is this one. So this is, we call this one vintage. So it's sort of pastel-y colours, but with more of a vintage feel to them. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colours in the stripes, 40 millimetres wide and a metre. So whether you're thinking bag making, dress making, anything like that, I mean, if you made, for instance, if you were making a sleepover mat, you could use this sort of strapping. So you put this on and then you roll it up and then you strap it together. I made one for my son when he was younger, out of the fleecy fabric. We had that fleecy fabric earlier, out of a lovely fleecy fabric like that. You just put it underneath a sleeping bag and it just gives them something to lie on the floor other than the floor. So that's always nice. We do have 2 other strappings. Now these ones, again, multicoloured, and again by the metre. So the code on this bag is BGZW, yes. So look at this one here. So it's backed by the pleather or the PU. And so it's very sturdy. And then on the front, you could make a wrist strap with this. You could make, yes, you could make a kind of bangle with that. Could make quite a simple one. You'd have to have some kind of poppers on it. And of course you can use that. Would make a nice one, but nice strapping. So again, it's a metre. So if you have just 1 long strap on your bag, it sort of comes, it will come to sort of there. Your bag would be here. So it's nicely tucked under your arm. It would set it off beautifully. Yes, if you pick some of these pleathers and things, and you pick some of these strapping, it just adds that colour, little zing of colour. Or the weekender bag, when you have 1 strap that goes all the way over and then you have hand straps as well. So that's this colourway. And then we have a brighter, I mean, how can you say brighter when this is so brilliantly bright anyway? And it looks like all the fabric on the front here is sort of all woven, so it looks really nice. Something different. Is it going to squish back in the little bag? And then this one. So again, the same idea, but really bright colours. £2.99 for a metre of this strapping, which is backed by the pleather. So it's very pretty. Lovely. Now, we're going to have a quick look on the other desk at some of the fabrics we bought you earlier, which we said we've actually now bought them together as a bundle, so that you can think of bag making with them this time. So I'm just going to walk over to the other set. I'm here now. It's not far, it's just over there. So we have 4 bundles here, and then we have some of the single fabrics we can bring back from the first hour. We'll start with the Highland Cow bundle. No, we're going to start with the robin because I think this is the limited stock, isn't it? So this is so we didn't have any more of this fabric left as by the metre, by the half metre. We didn't have any left, but you can buy it in this bundle like this. So what we have here is this lovely all over robin, and as well as that you get, oh, is it gone? Got to put it away. Congratulations if you got it. That's amazing. The robin has been very popular, but it has gone. We are looking, our buying department are looking at different designs because we know how popular this is. Shall I go the Highland Cow now? Well, this is equally lovely. So again, what we have here is we've got the Highland Cow. Don't forget, this is a lovely wide piece. I'm only showing you half. If I open it up fully, it's lovely and wide. So this is a half metre of this, as well as the panel, which is glorious. I love these panels. I just think they're so sort of superb on their own. You don't have to do anything with them. You can, of course, you could add stitch. There is he, needing his haircut. Isn't it lovely? It's just the detail on it is so lovely. It feels like it's watercolour. If you want half a metre of just the fabric and the panel, £7.49 for the whole lot. You're making a slight saving of buying it individually by buying it together like that. And that does, we did have that cushion, I don't know what's happened to it. We did have that cushion earlier, didn't we, which had, which one was it? Was it the Highland Cow? Or it was the hedgehog, wasn't it, on the front? And it made a superb cushion, hedgehog on the front. She made the piping out of the all-over pattern and the backing out of the all-over pattern. It looked really fabulous. Now we have 2 Bs. Big B. This is the Big B. So this is as a bundle again. So you get half a metre of the Big B fabric. So I'm only showing you a small part of that. And then you also get the panel. And this time I've opened it up the right way up. So this is the Big B panel. I just love it. I think it really does look like somebody's watercolour painted that, doesn't it? And I like the idea actually of having the whole set of these panels for a whole set of cushions, which obviously can't now do because the robin is sold out. The others, there's a bit of availability because we did get extra. Now this is, the next one is the same bumblebee panel, but this time with a smaller bumblebee print. So if you prefer a smaller bumblebee print, you've got this one. So again, it's got little bumblebees, but again, it does go beautifully with the panel. So both these, fabric by the half metre has sold out, but for both of the bumblebee ones, but you can still get it like this as our, I mean, this makes a lovely cushion front, but doesn't it make a lovely bag? Because we're talking bags in this hour. This would make a lovely bag front as well. And if you could, because it's nice and wide, you could do a box bottom on it, which would sort of take it in like that, but also make it nice and commodious for carrying things. If you want more panels, more of the bumblebee panels, if you actually wanted to maybe make a set of, or double-sided bag or set of cushion covers out of this, you can buy just the panel, this panel, for £2.49, and you can buy more of those. Because you can easily get 2 cushions out of the backing fabric, easily. So you could just get another panel if you wanted to make a pair of cushions with the bumblebees. Now, there is still availability on a few of the other panels. So we just bring them back in just to show you. This is the other bumblebee. This is the one on the lily or the flower, Bumbini. Look at that. You can mix and match your bees. You could get some of these and some of the other ones because they do go together. They would look lovely a set of bees. So that's that panel. That's £2.49 for the what did we call that one again? Bombini. It's a type. Is it a type of bee? Look at this. I love this one. This is so cute. I can almost feel like his little nose is twitching. So yes, these were very popular in the first hour. So if you didn't join us then, have a look back on the website and you will see some of the other ones we had. So this is really, so again, this is the panel for £2.49. And then as well as that, we have the hedgehogs. Now these have been super popular. This is the one that we showed as the cushion, but we do still have the panel. So we have this panel here. And again, this would make a lovely cushion front, but we're talking bags this time, so it would also make a lovely bag. You could really make a nice bag front with this. Very pretty design. Make a nice commodious shopping bag for all your shopping. I like the hint of yellow in the top. I think that's really lovely. So it just brings a little sprig of colour in there. So they are those. Now, we also do have fabrics by the ½ metre. So we have, I've just shown you the panel for the bunny. We have the bunny fabric. So again, if you wanted to buy more than just the ½ metre with the panel, if you wanted to buy maybe a metre, 2 metres or whatever, you can buy it by the ½ metre at £5.49 for a ½ metre. So that's the bunny. And then we have the Bombini, just rename it, Bombini bumblebee. And here he is here. It's, oh no, let me say here, because the flower's underneath and his eyes. So if you want to get something like this to make bags with, you could also, of course, mix it with the PU. So if I just bring the power, don't forget we've got those other colours, but I've got the brown here, which does go so well with these fabrics. It really does. It would make one of the bags, you could make a mixture of that with that. So it'd be like one of, yes, like something you'd get from a garden centre or a National Trust shop for a lot of money. And you can make this. So this is just £6.99 for the ½ metre. Remember, it's lovely and wide. Also, in our early bird earlier on this morning, our early bird offer was beige fabric, 2.5 metres of this piece. This is Rose and Hubble quality. Linings for your bags, backings for things as well. And again, look, they go well together. We started with hundreds of this morning. We've got less than 40 of these left. They are pre-cut at 2.5 metre pieces. It's £13.99. So that is the fabric you're getting, 2.5 metres of this. Rose and Hubble quality, 100% cotton. And it does go so beautifully with all of these others. We're just reminding you that that's available because we are getting limited on that now. Right, so after the break, I'm back with Jane Greenoff with that really beautiful globe picture and some others. I love the chickens, so we'll see the lovely chickens. Oh, and thank you, Sue, for saying my hair looks great. Thoroughly appreciate that comment. Thank you. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. So I'm now joined with Jane Greenoff again. So we're going to have a look at some more lovely cross stitch kits. And I've also got some really nice books in front of me. So if you're sort of new to cross stitch, then this is a way to sort of start, get some of these lovely books. This one's by Jane, this one's by, oh, and look at that, that one's by Jane too. What a surprise. Bit of a giveaway with these three lovely books here. But we're going to start quite quickly with the amazing globe picture which is there, because both Kat and I could not believe the price of this. In fact, you couldn't either, could you? When we saw it. This is a huge piece of work here. It's been on the desk all day because it's so beautiful, and obviously there's been a lot of interest. It's $49.99 for the fabric and the yarns and of course the pattern. You don't get the frame, I'm afraid, you have to do that yourself. Now it's available on Ada or linen. And what about level of ability to do this?
Well, it's only cross stitch.
So you could do it as
so
a beginner?
anybody could do it, but I think it's quite a big ask if you've never counted before.
Right, because it is counted cross stitch,
it's
isn't
counted,
it?
So you're going to work it on a piece of blank fabric, and it is quite a sizable. If I actually, I'm coming back to that book in a second. I will throw this on the floor in a minute. I've knocked it so many times today.
So it comes beautifully packaged.
Look
in
at
a
this,
lovely
isn't it
kit.
lovely?
Look at this kit.
These
so
boxes.
even if it's not for you, but you know somebody who cross stitches, this is a lovely gift for to do.
I'm just going to do it really carefully so we can stick it back together again. Whoops. So this is, it deserves a box, doesn't it, really?
Oh, it does, because it's so beautiful, isn't it? And as you said, you could actually, you know, you're not going to be able to get it done in an evening, so you can fold it up and put it back and keep it in its box in between
So the one I've
Sessions.
opened is now it's quite interesting actually, because the one I've opened actually on the Ada fabric, but it's special Ada. Look at this.
What's special, Jane?
Well, I think it's called Rustico. I'm not certain of that. It's one that's textured, and if you look at it, it has a wonderful antique feel to it. But if I just show you, if you could imagine having never stitched before, getting that fabric out, you might think, oh. I mean, it's bite-sized pieces again.
Can we just go into the actual fabric?
Yes, do.
If you leave it on the table, that's
Yeah,
it,
if I
brilliant.
leave it there,
look
look.
at that, you can see.
Can you see it's got a
that
fleck?
Fleck, yes.
And it's a lovely, I mean, the word beige is something I don't like
I don't
much.
like beige, no.
It's funny, isn't it? I don't wear it. I don't like talking about it much.
It's oatmeal.
But somehow this is a very, very good compromise if you think working this on linen would be too much.
Yes.
I completely appreciate that this might be easier. So if we were talking about working this project, you would fold this into 4. As you can see, it's a Zygarde fabric again, because it's got its orange stripe. So this would be pressed really well with your steam iron to get rid of all the extra creases. And this is certainly one where I would do the tacking to mark my centre quite carefully.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of it. I did say earlier I don't work on a frame, and I certainly wouldn't do this on a frame. But if you are nervous of that, I mean, how I would do this is I would have it rolled, and I would be working like this.
Yes.
This is very much personal choice, obviously. This has quite a lot of dressing in it. When you first open it, you can see it's quite stiff. It loses that very, very quickly, so don't panic. There's a whisker there.
So obviously you get the yarn. You had a gold needle was in there as well,
Yes,
wasn't it?
certainly was. And here's your chart.
Then
look.
the chart.
Now again, this one, you've got the colour one, which is really useful because you can see what you're doing, you can see what's going on, you can refer to it. Some of these half cross stitches here are in a mixture of the different blues, and I generally say do those at random. You don't have to follow the chart. Once you've got your shape in, you can just do those at random. You know, if you're watching, in my case, it was Prime Suspect, the first one that I sat and stitched in front of, and then spent the whole next day unpicking it because I've been concentrating.
Because you've been concentrating on it. That is not one to be stitching
it's
to.
not one to be stitching. Yes, so you can see now these charts. I mean, I mentioned this morning, you know, when I started drawing them by hand. Look, you see, goosebumps. It was I used to draw in symbols, so I'd go cross, 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 V, 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 dot, dot, dot. I still don't know to this day how they turned out right. I mean, it's all a complete mystery to me. But you can see the size of the project, and you're going to start in the middle. This section and this section doesn't actually take very long. Now, I know you don't believe me, but it's true because an awful lot of this is empty. And the trick is to start in the centre and just keep track of where you are in relationship, and working parts of the circle. And then you can count. And when I talk about counting, if you count between short distances, if that makes sense, so counting to here to get your centre, and then counting to this area, and then perhaps counting to the boat. If you count over great big stretches, that's when you tend to make a counting mistake.
We've got a question, Jane.
Oh, hello, hello.
This is from Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Morning, lovelies. Would you use all of one colour first or work in small areas when cross-stitching? Lucky to have many of Jane's accessories. That's from. So you've really just answered that, haven't you?
I think I have really. A couple of things I would say is your lengths and your threads are 80 centimetres. They're all 80 centimetres. And I fold one in half and start with a loop, which I'll show you in a minute. And so I would park with this project, and it's a case where I would use more than one needle. For instance, here on the design, I would park my needle out of the way and have another needle running and park them on the front. So you do a little bit, park the needle on the front, add the other colours, park the needle on the front, and so on, so you can work around. Now, it's a bit of a faff, but once you get the hang of it, it works really, really well.
I was going to ask the same question, fun enough, so thank you, Elizabeth, for asking that question.
Well, and also, sometimes you want to see what it's going to look like.
Yes.
So you think, right, well, I won't, but in fact, I want to look at what the dark colour looks like. And do I want to add some detail to the middle of this? And do I want to do this back stitch to see what it looks like, and so on. I work in one direction first and then in the other direction, again, which I'm going to show you. This has got the black and white chart, and that would be very useful with this, because I would struggle if I didn't colour in where I've been. So I colour in with a pencil when I'm working on a big project or a lot of different colours. And again, that we can explain that in a second. And then there's your threads, look.
A beautiful thread.
And you can imagine why we've sorted these.
All sorted, ready for
Look.
you.
Lovely,
and is 80
lovely.
centimetres a
These
good
all 80
length to
Well,
stitch with?
it's historical, really. I'd like to say there's a technical reason for it, but my mother suggested it 30 odd years ago when I was cutting up skeins to make kits, and she said, well, wrap it round a card that's 40 centimetres, cut the top, and then you've got 80. And they used to have the right number of lengths in a... I mean, Madeira actually give you 2 metres more than DMC or Anchor, as it turns out.
Yes.
But that was historically how it started. Then I was introduced to the loop start by my American colleague. I was sitting watching her at breakfast one morning, the children playing in the garden, under a lemon tree, as you do in California. And I just said, what did you just do? And she said, well, it's a loopless start, it's a knotless start. Surely you know that. And of course I've used it ever since, which I'll show you in a second.
Oh, that would be good.
Anyway, so yes, it's lovely. It's actually taken from the map part. So the 2 globes are taken from a map from 1536. And my husband drew the map.
Did he?
He's always into maps.
I think the
And
thing
so-
about it is, the more you look at it, the more detail you see in there.
Yes.
You know, you say that the big circles, the globes
Not
themselves,
quite so busy.
haven't got a lot, but they've got lots of bits and bobs in there.
And sea
that
monsters, and
Is that a sea monster?
there's a sea monster. I'm not good at monsters. I'm better at little galleons, but...
I think it's lovely.
And then, I mean, I would love to have done the 4 winds, you know, the faces.
Oh,
that come
yes,
up
yes.
but I can't do people. I can't pretend to do people. So I took these from an old map of the world, historically, but they were dark red. So I used those. And then the border's full of little bugs and insects, which I loved putting on samplers. And just to show you, this is not for sale, this book, so please don't ring up about it.
This is just where you got some inspiration
This is
from,
a
isn't
historical. This is a catalogue for an exhibition that was at Whitney Antiques. I don't know which year, and it has old maps in it, just to show you. So this is a map of the United Kingdom there, and look at this one, fabulous map of the world. That was £9,000.
That piece of work?
That piece of work was £9,000.
And you think about the hours it must have taken.
And when was this one done? Late 18th century. I just thought you'd be interested to see the history behind them. I've got a couple of maps of the United Kingdom. One was done the year of the Battle of Waterloo, which I just think is fascinating.
It's fascinating, isn't it? So as well as this lovely kit, we have got some others, haven't we?
Yes, let me put...
Oh, we've got a question from Jane first.
Right.
Could you tell me, please, is there a lot of back stitching? Love Jane demonstrating. In this design, is there a lot of back stitching?
There's back stitching around the flowers. The only area of friction I see on this is there are some fractional stitches round the map. If you look here, for instance, there's just a few little areas where the only way to make the outline anywhere close to actual was to add some fractional stitches. Now the old map didn't have that on it. It was very much more, what's the word I'm searching for here? naive, I think would be a good way of describing it. So if you hate to backstitch, this is easier on linen, because on linen you've got a hole in the middle where to put your fractional stitches. And I'll show you that. Actually, you could find that for me in the stitch book, the middle one. If you look up fractional, I think it's probably 3/4 cross stitch. And I mean, when you're doing cross stitch on Ada, you've got the 4 holes, one on each corner, which makes it quite easy to see where you're going for a whole stitch. When you're making a fractional stitch, which is the triangle, for want of another description, you're going to pierce that through the middle. Whereas if you do it on the linen fabric, which is this linen, this is washed unbleached linen, so it's not raw, it's been slightly bleached. There we are, that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you look at this picture in the book, that's it, exactly. You're making triangular shapes. It's a modern stitch. Probably the best known designer to use it was the late Jo Verso, who did a lot of really modern cross stitch. Beautiful, brilliant, clever. I mean, her book was the best-selling cross stitch title in Europe when she published Pictures in Cross Stitch. And she used a lot of fractional stitches to round off the shapes, because cross stitch is angular by its very nature. So if you're working with fractional stitches, they're slightly more complicated. They're not complicated, they're a bit of a faff, because when you work on linen, you've got a hole in the middle to put the needle. When you're working on Ada, you've got to pierce it. So if you wander around and pierce it in the wrong place, they're a bit funny shape. I mean, it's no big deal, but it's just a factor that one would bear in mind, I think. All right.
We've only got 3 left of this on linen.
Good
so only
heavens.
3 left on the linen. So if you want it on the linen, it's now's the chance, not just leaving it in your basket to literally check out. You do need to check out.
It's a lovely project to do. And
if you phone the call centre, also you need to sort of get a wriggle on if you want it on the linen.
It's something that's nice to do for chaps as well. I did a design for Alan Wicker. Now you might remember Alan Wicker from Wicker's World.
What are you saying, Jane?
Because you're more than 12. And some of you watching are only 12. Some of you might remember Alan Wicker.
I do.
And I did a design for him. His partner ordered a design from him. And you can imagine my excitement at the doctor's surgery one day when flicking through Hello magazine, and there are lots of other magazines you can look at, and there was my design on his study wall.
Oh, really?
Chaps like maps.
They do. They do. Wait, Paul was trying to work out, is it a cartologist or cartographer? It is a cartographer. Did you look it up? Thank you, Paul.
Wonderful.
I knew he was saying it, you see, but he wasn't sure at the time. Now, the graphics are now in for the Ada version. This is a special Ada, though. Makes it easier if you're sort of newer to this, because the holes are sort of already in the fabric for you.
Oh, look. As I
This
say,
is
it's
a really
only
lovely-
the coastal outlines where you're going to have a bit of a wriggle.
Yes, so there, and
That's
you've got
the
that
only
lovely gold needle to use.
In the fabric as
if
well.
I mean, Jane's just saying, as the question from Elizabeth, which I also had thought, do you do one colour or do you swap colours? And you swap colours, so rather than unthread that needle, that's when you go to that needle pack and get the pack of needles.
I have a few needles operating
Yeah,
at the
so
same
you've got
time.
a few needles. So that's
And obviously put it on a frame or hoop if you want. My only slight reservation with hoops is I've watched your beautifully created stitches being stuffed back in a hoop with the hoop on top of the stitches, and it makes me cringe.
Yes, I suppose it's okay if you've got one of these lovely big frames.
Yes,
It
but
would
as
be
I
nice,
said,
wouldn't it?
this was worked in the hand,
Yes, lovely.
so it can be worked in the hand. Let's
So
put that.
we were just looking at this book to look up this stitch. So shall I just look at this book? Because I think this is really handy. It's got the spiral bound, so it means it just opens flat really, really easily. You can see the front cap, but I was there at that place. This is the front. It's got over 120 counted stitches and techniques. So this is actually by our lovely Jane. So this is the 4th edition, so
I know.
the new edition.
And it was an accident of fate, you know, because my Cross Stitcher's Bible, which isn't with us today, but is available from David and Charles, the second edition, the second version of that came out in 2000, and that was out of print. And I was actually reaching for a stitch diagram and hadn't got one, and I thought, actually, we need a stitch book. And so I sort of persuaded management that we could do this ourselves. And that's how it started. Well, this is the 4th one, and it's the last one. Now, I've said this before, and there's people tutting at me. The reason this is the last stitch book is that I can't get any more pages in that spiral binding. If I have more pages, I have to go to a much bigger spiral binding, and we need 20 more pages. And that stops it being what it is.
Yes.
So when I say it is the last one of these,
It is.
it is. And what we've done is we've done a basic starting and finishing. So that's absolutely basic. There's a picture and there's the writing underneath. So
I think this makes it so
very
clear.
straightforward. Ethan Danielson, my lovely Ethan, has done all the drawings for me. So you can see where the needle's going, you can see exactly what's going on. And the writing is very much my slant on it. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it. I'm saying that this is the way I've found most useful after years of practice. I think covers it really. And I've tried to put hints and tips and to make the stitches work really well. I think probably the only real rule is consistency. So whichever way you decide to make your stitches, you keep them the same. If you can do that, your work will look lovely. It's when things get a bit wandering over. Now obviously with cross stitch, counted cross stitches, like with this map, all the stitches face the same way. That means the underneath one is one way and the other one is the other way. Now it doesn't matter which way, so you choose your way and then keep it the same. And then they will look nicer.
Yes.
And that applies to all the counted things we do. Try and keep them consistent within the design you're doing, and then you'll find the whole thing looks better.
These diagrams are so clear.
Aren't they clever?
They're so clear.
We have Sue Hawkins was the Cross Stitch Guild technical director for the first 15 years, and she went through with a fine-tooth comb, very precisely about how the stitches were formed. With some of the stitches, for instance, the hem stitch section, we found, I think, 21 different versions of various hem stitches, looking historically. So we made our sort of mind up which one we were going to use. And ditto with hardanger embroidery.
Yes, there's a whole section on hardanger.
Yes, we had lessons in hardanger. Went to Norway and actually had lessons from teachers on how hardanger was done in hardanger. And so on. So yes, it's been.
See, if you'd asked me a few years ago how many varieties of cross stitch are there, I'd be thinking, well, there's cross stitch and then there's half cross stitch, and that would be it.
Yes. Whereas actually, as I said, the Cross Stitch Guild does anything that's counted.
Yes.
That's the only difference to. But it is
so they are
a
embroidery
very
stitches.
useful
I take
book.
umbrage at that exhibitor who said those many years ago.
Oh, me too.
That it wasn't.
Needed a smash.
Anyway, that's
no, I'm not going to mention any names.
Yes. So this is a really lovely book. So if you're into want to get into cross stitch and you haven't done it before, and you want to take your skills a bit further than just cross stitch, this is fabulous, and it's so easy to follow, and it's signed, isn't it, Jane? These are signed.
Yes, absolutely. On my kitchen table, I'll have you know.
And you can just open it out and lay it flat, and you can see the stitch and how to create it. You've got the words, you've got the pictures, and you've got the weave of the fabric, so you can see clearly how to get the egg.
Yes.
Because you just said chicken to me in my ear, so I constantly just sprouted out egg. So this is really lovely. So we do want to look at these chicken kits, because we've got the chickens on the table. They are not for sale.
They are not for sale.
From Jane's Kitchen.
I have just redecorated my kitchen around these chickens, so you're not having them. Right.
But what she has done is created some kits around them.
Well, if I'm going to grab Flowery, okay, for those of you in the gallery, only because I want you to see this is how he happened. My daughter bought me this. It all started with a China chicken my daughter bought me for a birthday present, and now I have a collection. And there are even some in the garden, you know. They're perspex, coloured perspex on spikes, so you can stick them in the flower beds and they look as if they're toddling about.
Because I've got a chicken in my garden.
An actual chicken?
No.
Oh,
Mine's metal.
a metal
Yes.
chicken, there you are, you see.
But, so getting back to these kits, this is the first of the two, and it's on Ada and linen.
So you can choose
get it on
which
Ada
fabric.
or linen.
That's the linen, the pre-sorted threads, look.
With a lovely diagram.
They're lovely colours on
They
this,
are
look.
beautiful colours,
Let me
aren't
just
they?
grab. I mean, if I have a skill, it's about colour. I remember colours. You know, I can choose a piece of jewellery or a belt or something to go with an outfit I don't have with me.
Yes.
And it will be right.
Yes, I can, actually.
So
I think
it's
that's
a bit
working
stitchy.
with them for years,
Yes.
isn't it? So this is the price we've got on at the moment, the code we've got on at the moment is the linen one. So
Which
my
is
flowery
here.
chicken in linen.
Linen. Now, as I said before, they'll be the same size when you finish them. Exactly the same. You'll start the design in the centre. You've got your pre-sorted threads and you've got your charts. Isn't he lovely? So that's how he happened, because I bought that. No, I bought that and then Lulu bought me that.
I think they're absolutely glorious, those are. But so you get the colourful chart and you get the black and white chart for those that prefer that method. Or, as you say, you can mark off as you go.
Yes, with a black and white chart, I think that's really quite a useful thing. Certainly doing something like this, I'd be very glad of having a pencil to sort of pencil in where I'd be.
Yes. And you get a needle with it, but
Absolutely,
if you
wrapped
are
needle.
sort of thinking of doing, as Jane has suggested, that you don't just do one colour and then come back to the next colour, so you have more than one needle on the go, you might want to consider buying that lovely pack of gold needles, which we'll do in just a minute. But we're going to look at the other chicken first. So that's the flowery in linen.
And then this is the Ada
so
one.
the Ada version, we got that code. Oh, that's all. We've already had the Ada code. So that's the Ada code, just to remind you. Isn't that cute? And then we have the other chicken.
Well, the other chicken was the beginning of all this. And that was, apart from the fact that I'd been bought chickens, and my husband and I were in Key West for a holiday way before lockdown. And we came out of our cottage in the morning and there was the most enormous Rhode Island red chicken. This chap, standing in our front garden, giving me his best side. He really was, absolutely posing. And I said, where have you come from?
Can you turn him round, Jane?
Oh, sorry.
Otherwise he's standing on his head.
Standing on his head.
Thank you.
So we thought some cockerel got loose, but of course we set out into the street and they're everywhere.
Really?
And you think to yourself, really? And it's an offence to knock one over or hurt one. So I said to somebody, okay, go on, explain the cockerels to me and the chickens. And they were imported to Key West by immigrants coming in to work in the plantations for cockfighting. And when that was illegal, long time ago, they were just let out because they were obviously going to die quite quickly. Nobody bothered about them. Well, of course, they haven't died quite quickly. They've continued to do extremely well. So my Rhode Island red was, he stood there, he genuinely stood there and he gave me his best side. So I took lots of photographs of chickens and then it all went off from there. So that's the linen.
So again, we have this in linen and in Ada.
And that's the Ada. Which one should we look at this time? Let's look at the Ada one.
This is the Ada. This is the Ada graphics at the moment. So this is, I mean, you learnt on linen, but Ada is a little bit simpler
It is
for
a bit
newbies
simpler,
to
if you've not
county
done it before.
crossword.
The thing about these fabrics, and I think what does happen as well, is that if you're starting out, someone will say to you, "Ah, you might try it if you've not done it before," you know. And actually, the secret is a fabric you can see. Now, Ada comes in 11, 14, 16, 18 and 20 count. 20 count's really tiny, so it doesn't have to be for a beginner. It's not about being a beginner.
Yes.
Linen ditto, sometimes someone's been given a kit on a really fine linen and they look at it and think, I can't possibly do that. I'll move it onto Ada. What you actually need to do is move it onto bigger linen.
Mm.
But that people
Bigger
don't realise.
more open weave.
Yeah, exactly. So you see you've got your threads pre-sorted again, ready to go, look. Isn't he splendid?
He is, isn't he?
And I mean, I get excited about the charts because the Guild have them printed for them. So that hasn't come out of the office photocopier, as you can see, look.
Yes.
Isn't it beautiful? I mean, you could frame that.
You could.
You know, I just think they're delightful.
They're beautiful.
And this is a classic where you'd find this really helpful to pencil in or something where you're going. Because you're going to start them in the middle, and it would be really great to just, you might not need to, but I find that helpful, very helpful. Let me put this back together again, or I should get shot.
Oh, we've had a picture from Daisy. I have had 2 of Jane's kits and they are great value and the instructions are perfect. Really enjoyed watching as her shows are so interesting and informative. Thank you, Daisy. Look at those.
Well done, that girl.
Don't
and
they look
beautifully
gorgeous?
framed too. Good girl. Well done, aren't they nice?
They are lovely, aren't they? As you say, beautifully framed.
Well, I'm slightly green with envy actually, because having redecorated the kitchen, all because I went to Monet's garden, so now it's yellow and blue. Long story, but it also matches my chickens. And of course I want these to go on my wall, but I can't have them because they're part of the Guild stuff.
Oh,
maybe
right.
she won't get them back.
Maybe, yes.
Maybe I'll keep them.
Get lost on the way home.
Maybe they'll get lost, as you say. So there are the chickens. Aren't they lovely?
They are gorgeous. Now let's have a look at the other set of needles we didn't get to earlier, the one with the scissors.
Yeah, here we are. This happened really because of the, I mean, it's a considered purchase, I think. And if you're new to it, this makes a very nice compromise because you've got cross stitch needles, 2 sizes, and a good pair of Italian scissors.
Yes.
So if you don't quite think you're going to be beading or doing hardhanger, then this is a very good compromise.
Yes.
You get exactly the same needles. They're the 2 microns of gold. When we send them to be plated, they keep a small sample that get filed with the batch number, and the needles go into a sort of machine. It must be like an X-ray or a scanner or something, and it proves how much gold's on them. And we get a little certificate. So these are the same things.
Beautiful, they're gold. You can't really see that on that picture there, but they are gold, aren't they?
Yes. So
Oh,
they're
the whole needle, not just the eye.
nickel-plated needle. Yeah, it's a nickel-plated needle. Look, can you see on the little?
More to your left, Jane.
There you
That's
go.
lovely.
So you
There
can
it
see
is.
there they're gold-plated. And I must be honest, I haven't used anything since.
Anything else since? And I mean, you know, these are cross-stitch needles, but you could use them for other hand sewing, couldn't you? It's not
Yes.
just for cross-stitch.
Yes, the ones I've got here are blunt. So you obviously can be used in canvas or anything else where you're parting the threads rather than piercing the fabric. You know, that's the difference really. That's just a reminder of the cotton reel.
And that's the little cotton reel magnetic pin. I say pin cushion, but it's not a cushion, is it? Magnetic catcher.
Yes.
So
Catcher
that's
or
really so it's
keeper, there you are.
£10.99. So catcher or keeper, and it's like an antique cotton reel. That's the magnets, and then on the top you've got this lovely little design. And it's actually from one of Jane's old spools.
Yes.
And the needles will just stick to it because of the magnets in there.
Fearsome magnet.
It is a fearsome magnet, yeah. So it's actually good if you drop it on the floor, you can
Oh
just
yes,
hover it
tell
over.
me. I
and
gobble
it'll pick
about
it
on the
up.
floor with a hedgehog sometimes or with an elephant. People, what are you doing? Collecting my
Oh
needles
no,
back.
magnetic pin cushions are brilliant for dropped pins. Now, something we didn't get to earlier, which we want to look at, but I know you want to show some examples on how to stitch something.
Yes.
If you wanted to get that out while
yeah, okay.
I talk about this.
Certainly.
So this is a token of love. This is a pin cushion, but again, you know, I think you could fill this with lavender or something. I'm just going to smell it, but it's not smelly because it's not filled with lavender. But isn't this lovely? Now, this is actually based on this really beautiful old design, which Jane got from an exhibition from a fellow
Yes.
exhibitor who said, you like old knitting and stitching things, don't you? And this is from the
Always collected
1800s, did you say?
Yes, 1800 it was
1800s.
stitched.
And it was actually stitched by a child.
In fact, it was knitted.
Oh, it was knitted?
It's knitted
by,
on sewing needles by a child
by
of
a
11.
child. By a child
That's
of 11.
actually
I mean,
the most extraordinary example of this. It's a pinball from Ackworth School, which obviously is where we got the design. The Guild has got permission from the school governors to reproduce designs from Ackworth, and if I'm clever enough, I will. There's two. Now these fetch thousands of pounds. So these are two Ackworth designs. They are a token of love, interestingly. And these medallion shapes, nobody really knows from whence it all came, but they're from Quaker schools. Again, there's another one here with the medallions cut in half, often in one colour. So this is something, hence the little pincushion, being just done in one colour.
So this comes as a kit again, doesn't it?
And that's a kit, yes.
So we've got a little kit, and it's got the same design as was on this incredibly talented little 11-year-old child's version. So here it is, it's lovely. So it's in the one colour, and so it's a relatively simple one to do.
Ideal if you want to have a go on linen for the first time.
So again, it comes with the linen fabric in there, and it's under £10, £9.99.
And
this is a great little gift, or if you just want to give it a go, this is perfect.
And the side is actually that linen band, look.
Yes.
So woven ready to make your edge.
Oh, look at this on the back. It's got the birds, same as it has on. Oh, this one's got a bird. So it's really beautiful. So colonial knots. You were going to show us colonial knots.
I certainly am.
And you were going to show us the loop start.
Yes, I will. And I'll get back to that in a minute, actually. Okay, let's just put that over there. Right. I've got just bear with me, let's not mess anything else up. Right, here's our colours. This was the sampler we looked at this morning. And I've started work on this dark red here. You can see what I mean when I say, wouldn't it be a nice idea? I've got to look at which way up. You see, I'm doing it myself. Hang on. It's that way up. So I've been stitching this section here, this section here. So I've worked my way down to about there, I think. But do you see what I mean by if you had a black and white chart, you could colour in where you've been?
Yes.
Because it's a bit of a faff. So I'm just going to do some stitches on the edge of this now. So first things first, you can take one thread off your card without undoing them. So you get hold of one, keep your finger over the knot on the back, and that's just one strand.
Just one strand you pulled out?
By the time you finish the project, this looks a mess. But does it matter by then? So there's one.
So you're sewing this with just one strand?
But not really. Just let me catch that loop that I've just made in there. There we go. So I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm obviously not going to have the needle in my mouth.
Just do as I say, not as I do.
Or spit.
It was quiet while we're watching you thread a needle.
Sorry, yes, I would. Okay. That's it.
So this is from the Berlin Rose
sampler. So that's going to be the centre of the rose there. And just to show you the back, I work my stitches in one direction and back again when I can. If there's one stitch, you have to work that complete stitch. But if there's a row, I'd go all the way there and back. The reason for that is twofold. One, because it's quicker, and two, because you get these lovely vertical lines on the back, which gives you something easy to finish off. All right, so I'm going to show you on a corner now so as not to ruin this piece of fabric. So I folded my thread in half, and I've got the loop at the bottom and the two loose ends through the needle. And I'm going to bring my needle up, and then I'm going to stop being vain and put my glasses on. All right, bring my needle up where I'm going to start. Now then, this is where you tell me when you can see this, team, because I'm going to pierce the fabric. There. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
In
Sorry, Paul's telling me we're all good, so I'm not saying anything because we're all good. Sorry, Jane.
Yeah, that's
yes.
all right. Yes. Okay. So I'm turning it over and I'm passing the needle through the loop. And that's how you start. So there's a half cross. So what I'm actually going to do is finish that one cross. I cuddle my stitching, so can you mind if I just cuddle it for a minute? There you are. Okay. And then I would work, if say 4 stitches or whatever it was, in my hand. There's a half. Now you won't know this from watching me, but I'm actually turning the needle very slightly as I come out, because it just stops the threads crossing. So I've got a little row there of half crosses. Whoops. Yeah?
Yes.
Little turn.
I'm fascinated.
And then back again to finish off. Whoops. And if you do get tangled threads, you just drop it down, let your needle spin.
Would you ever put them through wax, or don't need to?
I don't. I know people do, and I've looked this up quite a bit. Certainly some metallic threads I know benefit from wax to stop them being springy, or some acrylic type mixtures. I don't. I mean, in a way I'd like to, because then I could sell people wax. But you know, you can't if you don't. And that's what I mean about the nice straight lines on the back. Now, people who know me will know that if I handed you a piece of stitching and you immediately did that on the back, I'd smack your hand, all right? Because I think it's so rude. A lot of people do it, and I don't do it to me.
I won't dare.
You will become your own harshest critic.
Yes.
Inevitably. And if you do something and you finish it and you can see whiskers on the back hanging about, or you can see there's a notch, you're going to be really annoyed and never do it again. So keep it nice on the back so that when you frame and mount it, it looks nice. It's not about passing tests. Now I'm going to let my needle spin. Okay. So a colonial knot. Now tell me if you can see this all right, T?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, so I'm actually going to put it on the worktop for this, if that's all right. So I'm going to sort of do a figure of 8 on the needle. And pull it nice and firmly. There you are. Do another one.
What's the difference then between...
Well, they
that
look
and a
slightly
French knot?
different. I think this unravels less, because some French... I'll show you a French knot as well in a second. That's the sort of figure of 8 shape. Pull it nice and firmly on the fabric. Now, those of you who've got allergies to French knots because of years and years of finding them either halfway down the thread or on the back of the stitching, I do sympathise. I spent one night crying. I was late with a deadline, I'd got a book to finish, and I'd done a game sampler with a crib board on it. And it's 2 in the morning, I've listened to Sailing By, because it was before there was all the digital telly and things, and I could not get these bally things to work. Anyway, I decided to perfect a method, which I will show you in a second.
Okay, because I love French knots.
And they're so
a lovely
pretty.
feature.
So that's a colonial knot, which is in the stitch book. They do sort of tend to stay where you put them. I mean, I can't give you a more defined definition than that.
Okay, so really, rather than wrap it round the needle 2 or 3 times, you're wrapping it round one way then the other, like a figure of 8.
Yes, like a figure of 8. So those sit there nicely. Now, the way I do French knots is the eye of the needle under my thumb. Whoops. Try that again. Round the point twice. And then you're just going to post the point. Now, I'm going to stop there. There's all sorts of people try and get it off the needle at the back, all sorts of combinations. Now I'm just supporting the needle underneath, and I'm going to pull it nice and snug on the needle at this point. That's when you get a pretty nice French knot. So if I do that again, I have the needle under your thumb, round twice, post the point. Now, another factor as well is that the French knot is really pinched from the embroiderers. It's not a counted stitch really, and we are working on fabric with holes in, and sometimes they'll pull through to the wrong side. So I do leave one thread between my up and my down.
Yes.
So there's this tiny little bridge for this, and also my finger is underneath there, so I'm not tugging on it too hard.
Yes.
So I hope that's useful, everybody.
I think it is, because it's a much loved stitch, isn't it? So it's nice always
I
to have
know
different
from
methods.
demonstrating at shows, you know, we've done hundreds over a period of 4 days with a gold needle, and you hear someone go, "I've got it," you know, because they've obviously struggled in the past. And of course, you know, we've had some amazing conversations about the things to do to avoid the French knot. And the best one ever, obviously beads are used. One lady said she went up and down a lot on the spot until she got a bump. And one lady made knots on the thread and stuck them on. And I didn't believe her. But they're not that hard.
What works for you?
All right, so one more French knot. Now the trick I think with these, to give you an example then, suppose you were going to work a hollyhocks or a foxglove in French knots. If you start off at the top of the flower with 1 strand and do some tiny knots, and then 2 strands, and then say 4, then perhaps 6, then wool or ribbon to get the shape, keep them just 2 winds on the needle. Don't increase that, put more thread in. Only because you know if you roll up a piece of paper, they can push out at the top.
Yes.
That's exactly what can happen with a French knot when you've gone round 4 times.
Right. So don't try and make it bigger by increasing the
just add
things.
more thread.
Add more thread to start with.
And then
that
you
makes
get the
sense.
same shape knot, and it looks the same if you want to look at it with a magnifying glass, and it doesn't unpick itself as easily. Good.
That's great. Thank you very much.
We'll try and put
We've
them
had
back
another
together.
question.
Oh, good-o.
Claudia has asked, "Hi ladies, loving the show. Does that little ball come with the token of love pin cushion? It's so cute." Oh no, sorry.
Darling
no, this
girl.
is an antique.
That is probably worth in excess of £1,200, madam.
Yes.
And I'm taking it home with me.
And no, we
Sorry.
haven't got a pattern for this either. Because I think maybe there's possibly more what she meant rather than the specific one.
No, we haven't. I will work on, it has been suggested that we come up with some. There is a book out there, and I'm not going to give you very much information here. The surname of the author, I think, is Utna, and she does some pin wheels where they are a pin cushion, for want of a description, but they're stuffed by narrow felt being wound round and round and round. So it's a flat shape, and that goes inside the knitted or stitched piece. So I'll look into it. If you look up Quaker pinballs on the internet and have a look and see what's out there, that is an extremely good example.
It is.
I've never seen a better
condition.
one. Never seen a better one.
But
so
yes,
I was just lucky.
Nice idea. So what you get in the token of love, what you get is you get the fabric that you need to make it, as well as the threads, obviously, and the instructions with the pattern.
So there's
so you
the
just
pattern.
you just get that, and the little strip to go around the outer edge. So
That's
this is
the
really
strip to go
the
around the
strip.
edge.
So you've got this sort of decorative linen strip.
And then that's woven in Valpals again. And then that's this lovely schoolhouse red
Yes.
thread.
So would you call this red work?
I don't know what the actual definition of... I don't know is the answer.
Because I sort of think red work is in red and black work is in black, but otherwise it's still embroidery
Yes,
stitches.
and the thing is that these days black work is done in many colours.
Yes.
Historically it was done in black and gold to imitate lace on costume and was very delicate. But you can see the most extraordinary piece I've ever seen was an apprentice at the Royal School had made a baby elephant picture. And as I moved around that room, that baby elephant's trunk moved.
Did it?
It was the
Seemed
most
to, like,
extraordinary
follow you.
thing. So where she'd done different stitches, with black work, the theory is that you do an outline first and then you fill that with black work patterns, allowing them to come out to the edge. And obviously if you want a dark colour, it's a more dense pattern. And if you want it to be airy-fairy, it might just be single lines, like seeding. And she'd done this elephant with this, the way the shading worked on, it was quite extraordinary.
It's very clever, isn't it? It's art. It really is. We have had another question. This is from
good.
Gillian.
Hello,
This is a
Gillian.
very basic question, but can Jane tell me what to do if you're moving up a row and you can't go into the hole you've just stitched?
I know exactly what you mean. You're going to have to... this is where you've come back after doing two directions and you want to go up one, and obviously you're going to unpick the last stitch. You're going to have to go round under the fabric and come up and go down into the one you've just done. If you experiment, you'll find, don't get too tied up in the technique-y bit because it can stop you having fun. What you need to do is work out for you, if I'm going to get all my stitches facing the same way, which is definitely what you're aiming at, to get the effect that we're talking about, like with the chicken pictures. Working backwards and forwards, remember you can turn your work upside down. By that I mean you have to turn it 180 degrees. Your crosses will still face the same way. If you turn it 90, they won't. So it's just a tip, doing a border on a sampler, thinking, oh, I'll just run down here, and you'll find those don't face the same way as the rest. Yeah, does that help?
Yes, I hope that helps, Gillian. I think it makes sense
Thanks,
to
Gillian.
me. But I know, yes, you see, it's not. I don't think that was a silly question or anything.
No, nothing's
'Cause
a
I think
silly
that's
question.
absolutely right.
Because
How do you make the stitches join? But if you go back through that same hole, it's going to unstitch. Anyway, before we go, we've got two other books. So if we don't get to both of them, please look on the website. This is the Antique Style Sampler. So again, it's by Jane. This is the 30th anniversary edition.
Which was a little while ago now.
Which is now
bless
a
it.
little while ago. So you've got, in the back here, you've got lots of basic techniques. So that gives you sort of how-tos, lots of how-tos. Some of the ones we saw in the stitch book you've got
Yes,
here
yeah.
as well.
Ethan's done the design.
So Ethan, the same illustrator,
That
has
is
done
wonderful
designs.
stuff.
And then you have lots of lovely designs. So some of these designs we've seen on some of the projects we've looked at today.
Yes, yes.
So you've got all of these. Now these are designs, so you can actually create this box
Yes,
from this, because it's a whole pot
The whole-
pattern.
the whole
So
box
it's
set.
not just a design, it's a project as well. Oh, it's beautiful. And
And they let me have pictures of my samplers, my own old ones. So the band sampler that's on this page now,
yes,
that was done in 1730,
wow.
and it's very fine. By a child, you know, it's extraordinary.
It is amazing, isn't it?
Oh no, there you are. That's a Quaker school. So in the book, if you want to work things like Token of Love, that's a sampler from Ackworth School, charted up ready for you with the medallions on it, with the birds
Oh yes,
and the
yes, that one you
see?
showed just now.
Yes.
With the birds. So that is that one, isn't it? Really, sort of here.
Yeah.
Got your birds on
Little
there.
birds, yeah.
So you've got the black and whites there if you want, and then you've also got all these lovely colourful ones. So this is all for counted cross stitch. Really beautiful design. Such a mixture as well.
Well, I started off with one of my old samplers and sort of went from there, you know. So there's a sampler based on the Catherine Archer sampler from the Bristol Orphanage. Darning samplers, again, which I'm always fascinated by.
Really beautiful, Jane. Absolutely lovely. So this is $14.99. So this is a really lovely, again, a lovely book to have. It's a lovely book. It's a coffee table book, actually. It's so beautiful. But really good way to start your designing. Now, thank you, Jane. It's been a pleasure. It really has. When are you back next?
Next month.
Next
End
month?
Of June.
End of June.
End of June.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Got
see
some
you then.
new ideas?
Lots.
Oh, brilliant.
That's the trouble.
Okay, so let's have a quick look at the menu for tomorrow, because then we're going to go on to Yarn Lane. So tomorrow you will be joined by John Scott, and he is starting the day with the Horsham dress with Rebecca Harrison. Then at 9 o'clock, Summer Attic Window with Emma Bradford. And then you've got a reversible sun hat with Rebecca Harrison at 10. I think we're going to need that this weekend. Yes. And then at 11, we've got a sprout quilt with Emma Bradford. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? And then at 12, back to Yarn Lane for a kit roundup. So do join us tomorrow, join John tomorrow. Have a look on the website for all the things that we've seen today. And don't forget some of the things that we didn't quite get to, they are still on the website, so you can still get those, including the Juki sewing machine. So do have a look at that. Your same P&P will take you through anything you've purchased today, and also if you join me on Yarn Lane in just a few minutes, that same P&P covers any purchase from Yarn Lane. And I am going to be moving over to Yarn Lane in just a minute and joined by Claire from Native Lighting. So we'll see you over there.